Members of the public and viewers at home, welcome to our regular meeting, February 14, at the Council Chamber, City Hall, 3rd floor. Let me wish you all a happy Valentine's Day. Madam Clerk, call the roll, please.
Yes, Mr. President. Good evening, everyone. Roll call for Municipal Council regular meeting of Wednesday, February 14th, 2024. The time is now 7:10 p.m. Councilman Abdulaziz, Councilwoman Cotton,
Here.
Councilwoman Davila, Councilman Jackson, Councilman Kalik,
Here, Madam Clerk.
Councilwoman Mims. Here. Councilman Udin, Councilman Velez.
Happy Valentine, Madam Clerk. My vote is, I will not vote. I am here.
Mr. President.
Present, Madam Clerk.
Thank you. Mr. President, this evening's prayer is being rendered by Pastor Pamela Paterson of the Greater Bible Way Church of Christ, which is followed by the flag salute, which has been led by Miss Laverne Williams, our City of Paterson resident.
That's my pastor.
Thank you.
It's on?
Amen.
It's on.
Amen. We're going to ask every heart to please pray. God, our Father, in the precious name of our Lord and Savior Jesus Christ, God, we thank you for this day, for this is the day that you have made, and we will rejoice and be glad in it. Father God, we thank you for this opportunity to be here in your house one more time. Father God, we thank you for the city of Paterson and for everyone that is here and gathered together for the city council meeting on tonight. Father God, we're asking you to come into the midst of us on tonight. Be the center of this meeting. And Father, whatever needs to take place, Father God, let us bring unity and peace, even in the midst of everyone that is here. Father God, bless each and every council member that is here, those that are here, those that are not here. Father God, bless the president and everyone that is here, everyone that is in leadership. Bless the city of Paterson tonight, God. There is so much going on. There's so much division going on. But Father, we ask you to bring unity even in the midst of us right now, in the name of Jesus.
Amen.
Father God, we ask you to bless the police officers tonight. Bless the firefighters tonight, God. Bless the mayor tonight, in the name of Jesus.
Amen.
Father God, we need you tonight. Satan, you are a liar, and the blood of Jesus is against you. Father God, we asking in the name of Jesus. You said, Lord, you said, come and let us reason together. Father God, we may not have to like one another, but God, we sure got to love one another. Father God, bring peace and unity even in the midst of this meeting on tonight.
Amen.
Father God, whoever may come up, God, Lord, let us get peace and understanding even in the midst of things that may be discussed on tonight. Father, bless each and every heart that is here. Father God, let them get understanding even out of anything that may be discussed on tonight. Father God, bless each and every one, each and every councilman on tonight. Father, just give us unity. Give us peace. We asking for peace even in the midst of our councilmen and women on tonight. Lord, we go away with the division. Lord, let us come together in unity that they may do the work that needs to be done in our city on tonight. Father, we are crying out to you, and we are asking you, and we are claiming it, and we are claiming victory in the name of Jesus Christ. Father God, bless us and keep us in your care. In Jesus' name we pray. Let every heart say amen.
Amen.
Amen. Oh.
I pledge allegiance
To the flag of the
United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you, members of the public. Now let's do a moment of silence for our troops, for those that have lost a loved one, for the city of Paterson, and also for the mother of former Second Ward Councilman Gilmore Chowdhury, that his mother just recently passed away. Let's do a moment of silence, please. Thank you. You may be seated. So before we continue, before we start with the city agenda that we have a presentation. But let me just say thank you to the pastor, Pamela. Thank you so very much for that prayer. You really put guidance in the middle of this meeting.
I'm sorry. Let's have the statement of compliance before we do that.
Yes, Madam Clerk, please.
Statement of compliance with the Open Public Meetings Law for 2023-2024. Meeting date February 14th, 2024. Time is now 7:15 p.m. Adequate notice of this meeting was compiled and disseminated in accordance with the Open Public Meetings Law in the following manner. 1. The annual notice of regular meetings and workshop sessions of the Municipal Council was compiled for the year 2023-2024 on or about July 1, 2023. 2. A schedule of the regular meetings and workshop sessions of the Municipal Council for the year 2023-2024 was duly transmitted on or about July 1, 2023 to the North Jersey Herald News, the Record, the Arabic Voice, the Italian Voice, the Passaic County Pulse, Dominicana News, La Quisqueya Internacional, El Especial, the Paterson Press, the City Post News, Tap into Paterson, the weekly Bangla Patrika, in addition to any other publication duly requesting such notices. 3. The schedule of the regular meetings and workshop sessions of the Municipal Council for the year 2023-2024 was prominently posted in the lobby of City Hall, first floor, in the place reserved for the announcements of this type. 4. The schedule of the regular meetings and workshop sessions of the Municipal Council for the year 2023-2024 was duly filed with the Municipal Clerk. And 5, a copy of the schedule of regular meetings of the Municipal Council was mailed to any person who requested and paid the fee authorized by the Open Public Records Act. Mr. President.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. So before we get into payment of bills, we have a presentation by Councilwoman at Large, Dr. Lilisa Mins.
Thank you, Council President. So it is befitting as we are in the month of Black History. There was a poem that Brother Gillette spoke called Just Imagine at the Islamic Center last weekend, and I thought it was just powerful, and I thought it would be great if he could do that presentation on tonight. So if you will come forward at this time to do that presentation. Thank you.
Okay. Good. All right. Do it right in the middle.
Can you hear me out there?
Yes.
Yes, sir.
Thank you all. I first want to say, acknowledging the fact that we are all here, gathered on the part of the Muncie Lenape people's land, birthplace of the American Industrial Revolution, and station stop on the Underground Railroad, better known as Paterson, New Jersey. I'd like to thank Councilwoman Mims, the City Council, legal, business, City Clerk, and great citizens and family here in the city of Paterson for this opportunity. Appreciate sharing time and space with you all. On this day that we, in this month that we celebrate Black History Month, even though it's made it every day, I want to share a piece with you all, given the fact that we live in a time with so many trials and so many challenges. But I want you all to just imagine who we can be, what we can do. Like literally, just imagine. Like, imagine fully living the dreams of Dr. King. Imagine America with no hate. As I contemplate about what life can be and what life I see, knowing that it's not I, but we. Imagine we shall overcome, we came and won. Just imagine when the movement came, they got it done. Just imagine we gave history respect, taught history correct. of the actions of the past and its effects. Imagine no malicious manipulations, chasing for interest and gains, causing stresses and pains. Imagine we commit to justice as a matter of faith. Imagine laws for the planet and humanity's sake. I mean, imagine we didn't treat issues like charities, and we worked towards a shared prosperity, and disparities were closing by the day. A full-on display, the power of a communal array. I say, no more concentrations, hoarding or control situations, feeding resource deprivations. Just imagine democracy collaboratives used as comparatives against the power of a market-based narratives. Imagine we solved poverty and didn't fight the poor. Imagine we solved the core issues that cause wars. Just imagine, instead of sending and dropping baby bombs, we gave everybody's baby some baby bonds. Just imagine we cared less about status and we practiced erasing a human hierarchical apparatus. Just imagine all the things we can do, things we can pursue, knowing that the atoms in the universe is in you. Utopia is not real, but a better world we seek. A better world is possible, and a better world is in reach. Just imagine.
Wow. Thank you so very much, Councilwoman Mims, for this great presentation. Thank you. What a bright young man for the great city of Paterson. Let's put our hands together one more time. And this is what we have in the city of Paterson. This is Paterson. This is Paterson. So, Council member, let's do payment of bill. Councilman Shaheen.
Thank you, Council President. Summary of disbursement for tonight total is $1,884,379. We don't have a payroll or any payments to Board of Education or the county. Majority of the payment is statutory expenditure of $1.4 million. I recommend it get paid, so move it.
Second.
Moved by Councilwoman Shaheen Khalid, second by Councilwoman Mims. Roll call, Madam Clerk, on payment of bill.
Discussion.
Discussion, Councilman Jackson.
I'm sorry, Madam Clerk, you were going to say something?
No, I was about to say roll call, that's fine.
Okay. So, Council President, if I may, I know it may not be present on this payment of bills, but I'm just curious on the process, the new process, actually. And Madam BA, if you can outline for me, please. I understand that there's some new positions that's been created. Oh, she's not here? Okay, I'm sorry. I understand there's some positions that were created within the PD. I also understand that the new OIC, the State Attorney General appointed police chief, has the purview or wherewithal with an additional $10 million that was added to the budget. So these new positions that's created, how exactly are they being paid? Are they coming through our budget as all of the other employees, or have these positions been newly formed, or what exactly is the layout for this proposed, or these new positions that's, from what I understand, are already been hired and now on payroll?
Council President,
Madam BA, please.
I guess I would have to have more specifics on what positions you mean, because the city does have certain positions that are included in our budget in RTO. Most of the funding that, when you mentioned the $10 million from the Attorney General, that has gone to some initiatives as directed by the OIC. And that has been part of the MOUs that we have come in front of the council to dedicate. For example, last summer, there was a certain amount of money that was utilized for overtime of our current officers as part of a summer initiative. I don't know if you're referring to the article that I also saw in the newspaper. I believe there are people who are on the AG's payroll and not our payroll as part of their initiatives, including the OIC. The chief of staff in the police department are not city employees. They are on the payroll of the Attorney General's office. So I can't speak to, I would have to be provided with a list of, who you're inquiring about, and I can confirm with the AG's office. My understanding is, at this point in time, we're still hiring the positions. We're hiring civilians, working in cell block, police officers through academy classes and the like.
But those positions are already outlined within our TO. I'm referring to, and I don't want to refer to it by the individual's name. One, I'm not clear on who the individuals are, but I also don't want to refer to it by the individual's name because there's no rights notice. But I did hear, and because I'm not kept in the loop or informed, this is a bills list, and it may not be here today. I do presume, or I'm asking, should we anticipate these new positions coming before the council to be voted on for our normal bills list?
Well, as you can see in tonight's bills list, there is no payroll, so there's no city employee payments on here. Again, I would need some more specificity around what positions you're discussing. So if you
Okay,
want to
I'll
submit
follow
something
up-
to me.
Yeah, I'll follow up with an email, and I hope that we can have a public discussion with regard to the specifics on how we're spending the public's dollars. So I appreciate it, Council President.
Very, very good. Thank you. Councilman, roll call, Madam Clerk, on payment of bill.
Yes, Mr. President. Roll call for approval of the payment of bills in the amount of $1,884,300.79. Councilwoman Cotton.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. I just actually want to say this is about the lowest I ever see a payment of bills, $1 million. I've never seen it that low. Anyhow, but I know we have a lot of hardware stuff from the hardware companies on here. Grant Hardware, we have a lot of, I know we have to do, when you have retirees and they're retired, the city has to repay them for their Medicaid Part B. That substantiate a lot of the money too. On this payment of bills, when I look at it, the tax refund as they refer to, which is almost $1 million. So to see that, I know, but that's the law that we have to refund employees that are retired, that are on Social Security, that take Medicare Part B out of their check, out of their Social Security check, has to be refunded back to them. And also, what happens also that sometimes people, they also has to refund their spouses too, if their spouses are collecting Medicaid Part B, if I'm correct, Madam Clerk, Madam BA. Right. So I just want to say the highest part, the amount that's the most on here today is the repayment of the Medicaid Part B that we have to pay back, that we have to pay employees that are retired. Madam Clerk, my vote is yes.
Thank you, Councilwoman Cotton. Councilman Jackson.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. I'm not sure exactly which one you're referring to. The Medicare benefit payment plan is only $132,000.
Oh, the
There
tax
is a
refund.
there is a disbursement to rental assistance, which is $180,000, which
The tax refund? Okay.
but regardless of how much it is, there's still, this is the absolute, this is what's required from the council to actually be financially responsible. Doesn't matter if it's $1 million or $100 million or $300 million, which is our entire budget. It is our job to be diligent on where and how the money is being spent, and furthermore, more importantly, whether or not the community is seeing the benefit from it, or if other people are seeing the benefit from it. So that's what our job requirement is, and that's what I will stay diligent on. And many of you know that I've been a staunch advocate against the former garbage company, which no longer exists, and I feel comfortable moving forward, Madam Clerk, with supporting this bill's list. My vote is yes.
Thank you, Councilman Jackson. Councilman Kalik.
Yes, Madam Clerk.
Thank you, Councilman Kalik. Councilwoman Mims.
When services are rendered and goods are given out, we have to pay those bills. My vote is yes.
Thank you, Dr. Mims. Councilman Udine?
My vote is yes, Madam Clerk.
Thank you, Councilman Udine. Councilman Velez?
So as normal, every week when we have meetings, we have to do the payment of bill. I just want to highlight that with solid waste collection to the new company, we are paying $469,900. For the new company, our garbage that the city, they bid, the city they won the contract, and the city did a contract with it. What I'm asking the administration, that the next payment of bill that we have to the company that's doing a great job, because they only authorized to pick up garbage, to come back the 6 days of pickup in downtown, and they could pick up the bulk too. Because if we're gonna have saving and look at the street that they look, I'd rather pay it and have the street look better than it was before. So saying that, I'm gonna vote yes on this one, but I wanna see improvement regarding the bulk and regarding the 6 days of garbage collection that's supposed to be happening in downtown moving forward. My vote is yes.
Thank you, Councilman Velez. Councilman Abdelaziz, we're in the middle of payment of bills.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. My vote is yes.
Thank you, Councilman Abdelaziz. Mr. President.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. So members of the public and Paterson resident, yes, the $469,900 is the payment for the new garbage company, Philco. The month prior to that, so Roseli was charging us $700,000, a little bit more, over $700,000 a month, and now we pay $469,900. Yes, we have a saving, but we need the support of the community to make sure that they call and they schedule the bulk pickup, they schedule the furniture pickup. DPW, they doing the best they can, but we need to call DPW, go on the website, and not taking those furniture out. So we need the collaboration of everybody. I see each council member going out there educating the resident, but we need the community, we need the leaders from the community to promote the flyer, the website, whatever measure you want to put it out there. But together, we could make our city clean and better. With that being said, my vote is yes, Madam Clerk.
Thank you, Mr. President. The votes are 8 yeses, 1 absent. The payment of bills in the amount of $1,884,300.79 is hereby adopted.
Council President.
Council President.
Just a minute, Council Member. Councilman Velez and Councilman Jackson.
Thank you, Council President. I don't want to rebuttal about the garbage collection. They're doing a great job, but they did a transition from one company to other in a weekend that was a holiday. January 2nd was the day that the company started. A lot of people don't know about going to the website. A lot of seniors don't have the advantage of going on the computer, and a lot of people that probably have problems with English and Spanish or going to the website, whatever, and putting the information there. I think that meanwhile this really kicked off the right way. There have to be a plan to go up and down our streets, pick up any bulk that is out there, but still DPW is going to pick it up, but pick it up and make sure the city looks cleaner, because before we didn't have that problem. If we're going to have saving, and the savings, our city is going to look like a junkyard and garbage all over, I'd rather pay a little bit more and make sure the work get done. You know, I cannot sit here and say we need the I'm doing the cooperation. I'm being going up and down my war advising the residents. I'm being going up and down giving flyers, even posting on Facebook, Instagram, and doing a TikTok or whatever it is to advise my resident regarding how they should follow the process, the new process of the bulk and this and that. And still, residents don't get it because there was a wrongdoing before, and I don't mean that the resident had to pay for it right now. And our city needs to look better. The amount of money that they're paying for the company to pick up the garbage, okay, it's a saving, but the amount of residents that we have in the city of Paterson, the amount of people that we have in those multi-dwelling buildings, they have a lot of garbage. They need to pick it up.
Thank you,
this is not a small city.
Councilman Jackson.
Thank you, Council President. I have two concerns, Council President, if you can indulge me for a moment. The first thing is, I think it's very important that we give out the proper information. A moment ago, Council President, you said, and then Councilman Velez just reiterated, that it's important for people to call for bulk pickup. Now, I'm not on public's DPW committee, but from what has been explained to me, and I could be incorrect, and I think there's something that we should clear up, is that the process is not to call, but you have to go onto the website and you must put in the information on the website. Now, if that's the case, that could be part of the problem and why bulk has not been getting picked up. I mean, we have to disseminate. I think we should be putting an enormous amount of pressure on the administration to publicize exactly how, and we have the director here who could probably outline what is the process. Further, if we're promoting or getting ready to sign on the notion of paying this garbage company extra, I would like to see the report of how much extra we've put into DPW. We're asking them to take on this additional task. Have we been fairly compensating them? Because the reason possibly, and I can't answer this question because I don't work there, but the reason we probably cannot consume the calls is because we haven't hired additional people to man the phones, so therefore the call volume is not being picked up. So, one, we have to be clear on our messaging. Here we are, the municipal council sending a message out for people to call, and in fact, if it's not the requirement to call, then we are failing the public just as much as we're failing them by not mandating that we put additional funds into DPW to fairly compensate these people who are doing the additional work, as opposed to right away saying, hey, we'll pay this third-party garbage company more money to do a service that we, quite frankly, have not given a fair assessment on our employees doing it internal. So that's the first thing. I don't know if you want to allow.
Sure, because that's a very important topic, and before we move on the agenda, because this item is not on the agenda, it's just a payment of bill, but it's important. This is a very important topic because it's been very, very painful for the community. Some people they're not computer savvy. It's hard for senior to get onto their website and add it. That's the reason why, Madam BA, I will open the floor for Madam BA and for the director as well, because they're planning to add an additional truck for the people that doesn't schedule the bulk pickup to make sure that they clean the city also as well. And also they've been hiring an additional staff also in public work, which is good for us because we got opportunity for more people to work in DPW, which is a win-win. I was very resistant to this situation because of that, but Director.
Hello? A few things. The SDL program has to be created by the person who's making the appointment. We can't create that. That's why we ask you to go online yourself and create an account. Once you create an account, you can call DPW. If your account is in there, then we could schedule it in the future for you at that time. But you have to create your own account at first. That's what you have to do. We did add an additional garbage truck to the weekends for the bulk pickup. Actually, tonight's agenda, on the consent agenda, we have a garbage truck that we're buying. As soon as we get the purchase order, that'll be on the road, is ready to come to DPW. This past weekend, we had 56 pickups that were scheduled. We did over 300 pickups this weekend in the area for DPW. That's 4 40-yard containers of garbage that we did this weekend alone in the area. We'll be out there again this weekend. We'll do any pickups that are scheduled already, and then we'll do the whole area like we did Saturday and Sunday like we did the past weekend.
Okay.
Council President.
Just a minute, Councilwoman. So, Madam BA, can you elaborate about the additional person you hired to take care of the phone? I've been insisting on the phone because we need to be mindful, and I've been knocking on doors, and you all know me, I'm out there like every other council member with my flyer. So our senior, they cannot get into the website and do all of that, so we need a person to take care of the phone when somebody called to request a bulk pickup. Madam BA?
We're actually interviewing tomorrow. We have interviews tomorrow for that position, so we'll be interviewing, then we'll select the candidate from those interviews.
Okay, so we have an additional person to take care of the line, the phone, and also an additional truck for the bulk pickup.
Yes.
All right, thank you for that. So, Councilwoman Mintz, and right after we go into a second reading, council members, please.
So
let's try to move.
Just a recommendation to the administration for the residents that do not have access to computers. we need to establish kiosks inside of City Hall, the libraries, or central locations that are near, especially our senior locations, and by the schools. So if we can establish that layout and it can be presented before the council, that needs to be done possibly for the next workshop agenda.
Yes.
So that we can vote on that. But we definitely, for all the residents that do not have access to computers, which is a lot of residents in our community, and we also need to have people there at the kiosk to assist them with inputting that data until we get up to speed. So Madam BA, if we could get that presented and on our workshop agenda, Council President, for next week.
Well-
Thank
Very
you.
good. Madam BA?
Thank you, Council President. And yes, we have been, there is a team that has been, consistently working on this about messaging and communicating, what people have to do. We're now putting together a report of the first month, again, including some of the statistics that the director just said about pickups that have been scheduled, unscheduled, and so on, and ways that we can do a better job of reaching seniors and people who might not have heard about it. The form is already in Spanish. We want to continue to expand the languages. We want to plug into our Health and Human Services, our senior center, and have some staff be there to help the seniors who are there. Arranging separate pickups with all the housing authority, having the management companies. Right now, some of the buildings are already doing that the management company is essentially scheduling the pickup, not individuals. So we are working to make that transition. One thing I do want to note, just again, going back to numbers, because I always kind of go back to the numbers on this. The last regular contract that we had that included bulk pickup, the final year of the contract, our monthly cost was $374,000. The payment that you see right now is $469,000 without bulk pickup. When Councilman Velez, when you said it would cost a little more to keep the bulk pickup and the business 6 days a week. It's not just a little more, it's a lot more. It's about $4.8 million more. The bids that we got back had monthly costs instead of $469 for this first year. The first round of bids had $810,000 a month. The second round of bids had $759,000 a month. So that really is, we're looking at another $5 million that we could not afford in our budget without, that's like a 3.2% tax increase. So just to cover that one expense. So that's why we ended up doing what we're doing and really trying to find a way to provide a service with, it doesn't look exactly like it did before, but still be able to provide a service and have it be affordable within the city's budget. So that's why we've gone through this whole process. And unfortunately, it's just the way that all municipalities have seen a marked increase in their costs in this area. So we had to find a way to reduce our level of service just so that we could afford what, the last contract for 5 years, we were paying $20 million. This contract now, we're paying $25 million. So there's no savings. We're still seeing an increase in the cost. It's unfortunate that we had to take out the same level of service, but it is what we can afford right now.
Madam BA, so council members, right after Councilman Jackson, we're going into a second reading ordinance that we have, and I want to do public portion at 8 o'clock. It's Valentine's. I don't want to keep Paterson resident in the chamber for too long tonight. Councilman Jackson, please.
Very good, Council President. I'll be very brief. I told you I had two concerns. So, Madam BA, I think everyone, including the council body, would agree that I've been an extremely harsh critic of you and some of the decisions that you've made. And I make no apologies for that. And I think that I do it, I want everybody to be clear that I do it for reasons that's not personal. But when there's something that's been being done properly, I must also take the time out to acknowledge when something is done properly. And I wanted to take this moment to thank you. It was brought to my attention that the Paterson Housing Authority, along with this developer, Roisman, who is taking total advantage of our residents, has brought forward a proposal to change over the status for 60 Temple, and which would have evicted our tenants for the youth services program and also increased what we were paying out to the developer. And I understand that, that you really held it down for Paterson residents and cut that extremely short, which I'm extremely happy about and I'm proud of. I wanted to take the moment not just to acknowledge you privately, but to also acknowledge that work publicly, because I think that is some of the things that need to take place. We need to start holding some of these developers accountable for the money that they're making and the treatment that they are enforcing on our residents. So I appreciate the moment, Council President. I guess it couldn't come at a better day on Valentine's Day. So I wanted to, give you your flowers, Madam BA, and say thank you. And, happy Valentine's Day. It doesn't mean that I won't continue to be very critical, but, I definitely wanted to acknowledge a job well done. So thank you for that.
All right, thank you, Councilman. Item number 2 on second reading, Madam Clerk. Item number 1 on second reading.
Yes, Mr. President. Item number 1 is an ordinance vacating the last block length of Wall Avenue between 13th Avenue and Broadway. It's a Public Works Ordinance 24006.
So moved.
I guess it was moved by Councilwoman De La Cis, Councilwoman Mims, Councilman Velez, and Council President Mendez, and second by Councilman Shaheen Khalid. A roll call, Madam Clerk. This is a public hearing on item number 1.
Seeing none, move to close.
Members of the public that wish to speak on item number 1.
Seeing none, move to close.
Well, just in case.
See no.
Second.
Move to close. There's nobody on the audience that wants to speak about this item. Moved by Councilwoman Mims and second by Councilman Khalid. Roll call to close the public hearing on item number 1.
Roll call to close the public hearing on item number 1. Councilman Abdulaziz?
Yes.
Councilwoman Cotton?
Yes.
Councilman Jackson?
Yes.
Councilman Khalid?
Yes.
Councilwoman Mims?
Yes.
Councilman Udin?
Yes.
Councilman Velez?
Yes.
Mr. President?
Yes, Madam Clerk.
So the votes are 8 yeses, 1 absent. A public hearing on item number 1 is hereby closed.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Roll call, Madam Clerk, on item number 1.
Roll call on item number 1 for adoption. Councilman Abdulaziz?
Thank you, Madam Clerk. So I think this is a no-brainer for the logistics and operations of the Islamic Center of Passaic County. They currently own the entire block across the street. I've seen it, especially with the upcoming month of Ramadan, and it will just assist on the operations and whatever the plans that the mosque has. We do know the Islamic Center of Passaic County is a tremendous asset to our city, and the services that they provide are for not just Muslims, but all city residents. And I'm glad that this is the first step to address, because doing this will address many of the community needs around there when it becomes for operations and logistics. And my vote is yes, Madam Clerk. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilman Abdulaziz. Councilwoman Cotton?
Thank you, Madam Clerk. I think that, and my council colleague next to me, Al, said it, that the entire block is owned by the Mass, which is about 5 or 6 homes on the opposite side of the street. So, and I know how they go down Wall Avenue, Dorm Avenue, I know, you can see it. Sometimes they be flying. It's be very, very dangerous. This whole community piece for 13th Avenue to Broadway, I believe, will even make it safer for the masjid, the temple, for you to do what you need to do. So with that being said, because I went there and my council colleague next to me told me what you men were doing, so it's fine. So with that being said, Madam Clerk, my vote is yes.
Thank you, Councilwoman Cotton. Councilman Jackson?
Yes.
Thank you, Councilman Jackson. Councilman Khalid?
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Councilman Abdulaziz said it. It's a no-brainer. ICPC has been serving the community. A couple of weeks ago, we approved a project by ICPC, the first recreation center in city of Paterson. It's for the community. It's going to have, in another site, it's going to have basketball courts, swimming, indoor soccer, and many other programs. So I think from this ICPC center, community will benefit. And my vote is yes, Madam Clerk.
Thank you, Councilman Khalid. Councilwoman Mims?
So what can I say to ICPC? I think you are awesome. and I want everyone to hear it, you hear while you're present, and the public. Any community that will spend $40 million of their own money to build a recreational center, to save the children and to save families, has to be commended. You didn't come to the city for money, you didn't ask for a loan, you didn't take a grant. You guys are doing it out of your own funds, and that's when I think about ICPC, you're a solution-based organization. You don't come with your problems, you come and present solutions, and then you fund the solution. That has to be commended. So when you come forward with a solution for ICPC, the community, and especially our youth, I'm always going to stand in support because you stand in support of our community, especially with our families and our children. I commend you, and I am the 5th vote, so even if they vote no, it's already passed. But my vote is yes.
Thank you, Dr. Mims. Councilman Udine?
Thank you, Madam Clerk. All right, first of all, thank you so much, brothers from ICPCs. I can see President here and members of ICPC. Again, thank you so very much for your service. ICPC is not just providing religious services in our city, but many other services that community needs. So I think we, the City Council, is honored, glad to support such kind of ordinance. And my vote, you know that, what my vote is definitely yes.
Thank you, Councilman Udine. Councilman Velez?
Thank you, Madam Clerk. The word of the night is love and no-brainer. So even with your presence or not presence here, we always believe we do the right thing for the community. We always do. I want to send a good shout out because when resolutions or ordinance comes first to DPW committee that I'm the chair, and I have good members in the committee, we take a no-brainer and release it right away to the councilman to vote. We have a good cooperation council. When this came into the committee, he gave us a real highlight of it. He gave it an explanation, and it was well enough to say, let's take it to a vote. And I think it was not necessary to be here. But I just want to say that congratulations, keep on doing a great job. I know you do this not only for the Islamic community, you do this for the whole entire community in the city of Paterson, and I'm going to say proud, and I'm going to continue saying it every time when I use this microphone, because when we approve something to benefit the Islamic community and the Arabic community or the Middle Eastern community, I always have to say, let's free Palestine. My vote is yes.
Thank you, Councilman Velez. Mr. President?
Thank you, Madam Clerk. To the Islamic Center of Passaic County, I just want to say thank you for the outstanding job and the investment that you've been doing in the community. You're not only impacting the Muslim community, you're impacting the entire residents of the city of Paterson with all your investment. I remember we started this conversation when Mr. Hunchan was the traffic engineer. He's no longer with us now, and as Councilman Bless mentioned, there was a lot of discussion on DPW, effective discussion, and now we're here. And I visited the surrounding area, and also there was no opposition. I have a dialogue with all the residents that are out there, so you've been a great neighbor, and I'm very pleased to support and endorse this legislation. With that being said, my vote is yes, and good luck. Thank you, Madam Clerk.
Thank you, Mr. President. The votes are 8 yeses, 1 absent. Item number 1 is hereby adopted.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Can we do the consent agenda, Madam Clerk?
Yes,
Council President,
Councilman Jackson.
I'm very concerned, and I'm hoping, I know you're skipping over a few, but would like to address item number 2 is before the public portion. I know you just did number 1, item number 2.
No, that's the first reading, Councilman. There's only one item on second reading, so we will address all first reading items right after the consent agenda, Councilman.
Very good. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilman, Madam Clerk, consent agenda, please.
Yes, Mr. President. The consent agenda, all matters listed under the consent agenda are considered to be routine by the council and will be enacted by one motion. The items listed under the consent agenda are numbers 16 through 46. Any item may be removed from the consent agenda by the request of any council member, and if so removed, will be treated as a separate matter.
So moved.
Moved by Councilwoman Mims.
Second.
and Council President Mendez, second by Councilman Velez and Councilman Udine.
Which
Roll
one
call,
is that?
Madam
Which
Clerk,
one
on
is
the
that?
consent agenda.
Oh, consent.
Roll call on the consent agenda, Councilman Abdulaziz.
Yes.
Councilwoman Cotton. Councilman Jackson.
Yes.
Councilman Kalik.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Just to highlight a couple of items. On this consent agenda, we have a bid solicitation for West Side Park renovation, as well as the Cricket House at West Side Park, also Overlook Drive. So I just, for the information of the community, West Side Park will be renovated. The work will start this summer. My vote is yes, Madam Clerk.
Thank you, Councilman Kalik. Councilwoman Mims.
Yes.
Councilman Udine.
Yes.
Councilman Velez.
So a lot of the things that Councilman Khalid just said, the DPW items are in consent agenda, and they all came through committee, and I'm happy to see that it's going to pass. My vote is yes.
Thank you, Councilman Velez. Mr. President.
My vote is yes, Madam Clerk.
Thank you, Mr. President. The votes are 8 yeses, 1 absent. The consent agenda is hereby adopted.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Now we could take care of the first reading on ordinance, Madam Clerk. Let's go to item number 2 on first reading.
Yes, but the first item on the first reading is an ordinance to repeal ordinance number 22-026, which authorized non-partisan early voting in the city of Paterson. It's a city council ordinance. May I have a motion, please?
Move.
Discussion.
Moved by Council President Mendez, second by Councilman Velez.
Discussion.
Discussion, Councilman Udine.
So, thank you, Council President. I just want the public to know that last year before, we had early voting option. On the day of election, if people are not available, or they can vote early, and which is very convenient, fast. They don't have to stand on the line, and I don't know why that change has to bring. I mean, if anyone should present their rationale why we are changing this, that would be great.
Council members.
Council President.
Councilman Jackson.
I have a question for Corporation Counsel. Madam EA, maybe you could provide some insight. So before we get into that, let me help the public understand the process here. The City Council is the legislative body. It is our job to write legislation that's best suited for the public. And in doing so, you often see who exactly is the sponsor. And that means a councilman, you know, in my case, I would actually write it myself. I would have to do my research and go home and put pen to paper and write it myself. In many other cases, they put a request through the Corporation Counsel's office and they prescribe the legislation. So with that being said, Corporation Counsel, I'm curious, one, who's the sponsor for item number 2, and why is it being presented without sponsorship on the item?
Council President, may I?
Corporation Counsel, please.
Thank you, Councilman Jackson, for that inquiry. That was discussed with several council members, and I believe Councilman Velez had requested that we move forward with that item.
So who were the several council members that made this request?
I don't remember specifically who the other ones were.
Okay. Council President, which committee has this item been discussed in?
This item, there was a multiple discussion on this item, but
Which
this item was
committee? Which
moved.
committee?
No, I'm not on the committee that this item was discussed. I was not present on that committee. There was a multiple discussion. It was removed from the agenda back then, and it was back in. So, so this is the right place for us to have a conversation. It's on first reading. Council members, I'm very open to Councilman De La Cis and any council member that wants to open the dialogue. For me,
I
it's...
have a,
Council President.
sorry.
Give us a minute, council members. So I will open the floor. It's an item first reading. So right after Councilman Jackson, I'll open the floor to Councilman De La Cis and the rest of the council members to give us their input on that. If you feel that this is something that we should move forward, or this is something that we should send back to the committee to go a little over. Councilman Jackson?
Thank you, Council
What's the
President.
item on,
Go ahead.
So
work
just for a
session?
point of clarity to the members of the public, we just had an extensive show, if you will, of the approval of the last item, how certain members talk about this is for the community. Here is an item that directly impacts or takes away the ability for the community to take part in the voting process. And this is an example of members moving the goalposts around for their own personal gain. So here you have, months before the next upcoming nonpartisan election, when for the mayor's election, this allowance was made. Mind you, it's already put in place by the state. But here you have a moment in time, a few months prior to the next upcoming election, for certain people's specific benefit, for them to try to quietly move this thing through and get it passed while the public's not paying attention. Mind you, let's not negate the consideration every single time when I have items, when we talked about televising the workshop meetings, you have various council members. This item didn't go before the work committee. We're removing it from the agenda. The previous council president, in support with, actually, I take that back, because he was not in support of that move, but you don't see it back on the agenda now. So we don't want to televise workshops, make government more accessible to the public, and then we want to take your right away to be able to vote early so that we can truncate and minimize the participation.
Okay.
Pay attention to what's going on. And then here's the last part. The scoundrels don't even want to put their name on the legislation. It's been discussed by several members. It's a public item. Members of the council who have rallied or solicited for this item to come forward, please step forward and be counted.
Yes, and Councilman, let me allow the floor to Councilman.
Thank you, Council
Councilman De La Cis.
Thank you, Council
And then
President.
Councilman Mims, and right after Councilman Mims, Councilman Velez. And last but not least, Councilman Udine. Councilman De La
Actually,
Cis.
To my colleagues, I hope, because it is a long night, we do have the public and it is Valentine's Day, so I'm hoping after I address this ordinance is, you can't, it's null and void. Because if I'm looking at the early voting law, and Corporation Council, if you could please chime in, every election, you need to pass an ordinance to authorize early voting. We're technically repealing early voting for the last mayor election that occurred 2 years ago. So this ordinance is null and void. It's not allowable. What you have to do as a body is someone needs to bring up, as Councilman Jackson said, he wants early voting. I will co-sponsor it with you. I'll bring it up at the next meeting. I will support early voting. That item will come up to the council to authorize early voting, and then the council will vote it up or down. The current item that says repeal ordinance that authorizes not, that was for the mayor election. It already passed. Am I right, Corporation Council? Every election, the body is going to have to take that.
If I may, Councilman De La Cis.
Madam Clerk is also saying.
Councilman De La Cis, that's the legal question. Let me just allow Corporation Council to answer that. Corporation Council?
Thank you, Council President. Yes, and I briefly conferred with Councilman Abdelaziz. I know Madam Clerk and I, the Law Department, we actually went back and forth on this. We were looking into this issue, and it does appear to be the case that for every subsequent election, council has to authorize early voting for that particular election. And so that's why this one is worded in a particular way that doesn't undo any previous ones, but is more prospective. But Councilman Abdelaziz is correct, and if council wish to proceed with authorizing early voting for the next election, we're
So
happy to.
Council President?
to serve.
Thank you, Corporation Council. Going
If I
back to
may
you, Councilman
close,
Abdelaziz.
I'll make a motion to remove this item so we don't hold a public here and for a narrow discussion. And I'll put on the record, Corporation Council,
President.
I will, if you could bring that item, I will gladly sponsor it, put my name on it to allow early voting for the nonpartisan election.
Thank you, Councilman Abdelaziz. Council members, in order for us to move on, because this is only the second item on the agenda, we're tabling this item. So we're tabling this item with that way we could minimize
We
the
still can
discussion.
speak.
Ish.
We
And
still
that
have
way we could
comments.
keep it moving. I really want to make sure that our public go home early. It's Valentine's Day.
Right.
So very brief, Councilwoman Mintz, and right after that, we move into item number 3. Councilwoman Mintz.
So, to the point that was made as far as placing it on the agenda, as Councilman Abdelaziz and Councilman Jackson stated, if we're going to rewrite the language to present it again, I want it to have different extended locations. We only had 2, and if we're going to do it, myself and Councilwoman Cotton had an issue because they were not conducive to every community. So if we're going to rewrite it to do early voting, I want early voting booths in the 1st ward, the 2nd ward, the 3rd ward, the 4th, 5th, and the 6th ward.
Yes.
Currently, the way it was written previously, it was only in the 2nd ward and the 3rd. So I'm putting that in the language, so as we're writing it,
Council
that we
President.
can have all those locations identified.
Thank you. Corporation Council, to
Very,
close on that?
very briefly, yes, thank you, Council President. Thank you, Dr. Mims, for that comment. I will work with Madam Clerk on this, but this issue came up last time, and the county
They
Board of
won't let it.
Elections are the ones that select the site.
They won't let you.
So I can have further conversations with Madam Clerk about this and see if we can make the council's wishes known to the county so that hopefully there'll be expanded sites as per council's request.
Council President.
So I'm not done, Council President. So just in addition to that, so if you're saying the county, then I'm asking the council members to send a letter with all our signatures to the county. We have relationships with the county, making a request that is not fair and it disenfranchises voters from other communities. So as it's stated, I would like it known, and I know it's public, so they're watching. I want a letter from this council that will be sent to the county, making sure that there are no voters disenfranchised if we're going to move forward with early voting. If that's not going to happen, my vote's going to be no. I'm not voting for early voting only to accommodate the 2nd and the 3rd ward residents only. It needs to accommodate everybody in the entire state.
Thank you. Well said.
Council President.
Council President.
Council President.
Council members, Councilwoman Cotton have not made any comment, but please,
All
we
right,
need to move on.
Excuse me,
I'll be
Council
very quick. Councilwoman Mims, a letter was sent last time
Okay.
asking for every ward to have a spot for early voting.
It wasn't signed by the county.
No, everybody didn't sign it?
No.
Council
And that was one of
members,
the stipulation, because this is only going to affect the 3rd ward and the 6th, the 3rd
Second.
ward and the 2nd ward. But the thing is that, and we must understand, and I need to tell you, that's going to put so much pressure on our clerk's office for that early voting, when we're already short 4 people. Short 4 people. It's like we shouldn't put this pressure on this woman in that office like that. That's what I need to say, that's a lot of pressure. We got 1 person retiring soon, we're short 3 already. It's just, that's what we try to do, hire people. Right, right, but you gotta remember, they gotta get trained.
thank
You just can't throw nobody in no office and think they can do the job.
members of the public.
I'm sorry.
Thank you, Councilwoman.
I'm
Please.
just saying, we requested this before.
Thank
They
you,
did
Council.
not do it.
Council
And we
President.
were, and like Councilwoman Mims said, everybody didn't sign it. So
Council-
if everybody wants to sign it, that's what we want
Thank
to
you,
do. Thank
Councilwoman.
you.
Council President, so knowing that my name was brought up and I don't have nothing to hide, Corporation Council to the chair, so it's clear enough that we cannot do early voting for the next May election unless the council bring another resolution, ordinance, saying that we want to follow with another early voting, correct?
Council President, may I?
Corporation Counsel.
Yes, according to NJSA 19:15A1, the governing body does have to move by way of ordinance to establish early voting for the next election.
Correct. So, because it was brought up, he said you should put a name on the on the ordinance or whatever. Before this came up, all the legal aspect of it was covered. This right now don't mean nothing. That's why we was repealing it. So we'll be able, as Aldalasi stated, if we want to move forward to do early voting, a new ordinance had to come in to allow moving forward any municipal election locally for early voting. Now, saying for now not least, one of the second thing that I make credit on it, and Councilwoman Ruby kind of stated, when the first early voting came in, the first early voter came in, we requested, but the administration told us that the county is the only one that signed polling site. So to give the benefit in that time to the resident to go out and vote early, but it was managed by the county. So we didn't want to block it to not give the right to the resident to go out and vote early. So now we're going to do it right. Now, because it's our municipal election, I think they should think about our decision in the county, and if they get paid high taxes in the county by the residents of Paterson, they're supposed to allow other polling sites. This is not a scare tactic. Whoever's going to win. The voice is the people, and the people have to go out and vote. That's the only thing I'm going to say.
Thank you. Council members, for the next workshop, let's get ready to have a good discussion about this item, because the clerk department is going to play a key role in this. We got to make sure that they're fully staffed. I know by that time she's going to have the deputy clerk. We already have our clerk strong in the position, so but that conversation we got to take place at the next workshop. And if we could please move on with the agenda, council members.
Very good, Council
Mr. President, may I say something toward
Give me
this?
1 second, Council. Madam Clerk.
I am respectfully requesting that the council act with due dispatch on their decision regarding the early voting, because the county is already printing the ballots. They called in, and based on what was on the agenda for dismantling the ordinance for early voting, I spoke with the county and I let them know that we were no longer interested in early voting. But if it's a decision of the council now to revert to what they were before, I'm asking that you act with due dispatch so I can communicate with the county so they can put in place the actions for early voting. Because as we are right now, there's no early voting. Thank
you, Madam Clerk. And now, Council Member, to not delay this meeting, tomorrow we're going to be in communication, and if we have to do a virtual meeting amongst all council members and to have a discussion about this early voting and take a decision as soon as possible, because tonight we don't have any decision, there's nothing on the floor, but we have to take action as soon as possible.
But you say the county's printing ballot. What ballot they printing?
Yes, but we don't have nothing on the floor right now. Council members.
Council President.
The municipal election ballot.
Councilman Jackson.
Very good, Council President. So I'll be extremely brief. What Madam Clerk just outlined shows the intent. Now, here specifically within the body of this legislation, it does not read anywhere that it is required by NJSA 1915A-1. I'm going back now to read it, but if the intent was in fact to fulfill the requirement, then we would have had mirroring pieces of legislation, one to repeal and one to automatically reinstate. If the clerk was not led to believe that we were eliminating, she would have had the county, because the requirement is not for us to fulfill the legislation. The requirement is just to allow the clerk to observe intent. It is, if it's the council's intent to continue with early voting, she would inform the county as necessary, and they would prepare the documentation. But because it was not, and without even a vote, but the council showed intent through corporation council, through the non-disclosed council members, and that right there shows the wickedness of intentions amongst this body. Here we are looking to dismantle people's rights when we've shown that the state, the federal government has made allowances to to open up early voting, to help residents be more accessible. Here we are showing our dirty hand of intent. So let it be clear, what is the council's intent? Stop being misleading and untruthful, deceitful, and allow the public to understand what exactly we're trying to do. Because what I'm just hearing as the clerk, Councilman Velez didn't want to put his name on the legislation, but Corporation Council said unknown members of the council. So very quickly, I'll close here. I'll close here.
Please.
If it was in fact the intent for it to continue, but that's what was, if Councilwoman Mims, if you look at what's been intended, let's remove it, say we're gonna do it. Now she's already informing the county that we don't have it, and then later on, they'll say, oh, it's too late for us to add early voting for this upcoming May.
Thank
That's
you.
dirty, that's dirty pool.
Thank you, Councilman. And Madam Clerk, so what we're going to do is, I know the time window. What is the time window that we have to get back to the county with the response?
I mean, I could speak with them tomorrow.
Okay, so talk to the county tomorrow,
That
let
we
us
are
know.
maintaining.
And tomorrow, send us
Yes.
an email, and if we have to do a meeting, virtual meeting, just to have a discussion about the early voting, not all the items on the agenda, we will make it happen. We'll
Point
do
of
that,
order,
okay?
Council President. Point of order, if I may. With all due respect, we do not require an additional meeting. Currently, we have on our books the intent to continue with early voting. Unless this council informs the clerk of otherwise,
Not true.
then we will continue on.
Councilman Jackson,
We're gonna put the
Councilman Jackson, that's not,
Legal just said you have
that's
to.
not correct for council members. That's the reason why I want to move this dialogue for tomorrow, because we all have to be connected. We need to hear the deadline for the county for us to have this conversation, the entire governing body, okay? So with that being said, Madam Clerk, so we move, let's do item number 3 on first reading, Madam Clerk? No, right after item number 3, members of the public, make sure you have your name on the list, because right after item number 3, we're going to open the public portion.
Item number 2 is tabled.
Yes, Madam Clerk. Item number 3, after item number 3 on first reading, we go with public portion.
Yes, sir. Item number 3 is a first reading ordinance designating Jefferson Street between Garfield Avenue and Presidential Boulevard as a one-way street northwest bound. It's ordinance number 3. May I have a motion, please?
So moved.
Moved by Councilman Mims, second by
Second.
Councilman Jackson and Udine. A roll call on item number 3 on first reading, Madam Clerk.
Excuse me, you're supposed to ask if
Public
somebody
hearing.
object to this.
I'm sorry?
Yeah, but it's not coming up yet. Public hearing is on till
No,
7.
I'm talking about on this issue right here. I can't speak on this?
No, it's on first reading, Mr. Freeman. On second reading, there's going to be a public hearing.
Public
Well,
hearing.
you know what? You don't know what the hell you're doing. I grew up on that damn street right there. You make it one way, you're dummies.
Okay. Roll call, Madam Clerk, on item number 3.
Roll call on item number 3 for approval. Councilman Abdelaziz.
Yes.
Councilwoman Cotton.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. I just want to say this item has been on the agenda quite a few times, and Councilman Jackson has surveyed it, and he's recommended to all of us that this item be.
I'm sorry.
My vote is yes, Madam Clerk.
Thank you, Councilwoman Cotton. Councilman Jackson.
Very good. So all of the residents, and as I definitely respect the opinion of Mr. Freeman, he is not a resident of the First Ward. So he doesn't have to walk multiple blocks and park on the hill where cars now have to jockey for a position. As we know, Jefferson and Clinton are very narrow. There's been a great deal of accidents on the corner of North 4th and Jefferson,
Yes.
Clinton and Circle. These actions are to minimize accidents, to create public safety. We know that our boards, the Board of Adjustments and the Planning Board has been rogue and has given away property in Paterson to where now parking is now a premium. Where you used to be able to park in front of your house, you can no longer. My 70-year-old father has to walk multiple blocks his cars are ticketed, towed. So the need for these streets to be one-ways to minimize accidents. You can't see the oncoming traffic coming up right in the middle of the lane, going up the hill, down the hill. I understand, Mr. Freeman is a reasonable man. Once we can talk to him, well, 1 second, sir, please. Jefferson Street will be going down and Clinton Street will be going up. So we still have the flow of traffic so we can accommodate the residents in the area. And I'll be happy to drive it with you since you're a professional driver, Mr. Freeman, and we can go through it. But I appreciate my council colleagues for the support. Madam Clerk, my vote is yes.
Thank you, Councilman Jackson. Councilman Kalik? It's not here. Councilwoman Mims, I'm sorry.
So with this item, not just this item, you have 3, 4, 5, and 6. All of them are recirculating the traffic. In the past, we've always had traffic studies attached. I don't see them here. So before it comes to the second reading vote, can we make sure traffic studies are attached just to cover the city? My vote is yes, Madam Clerk.
Thank you, Dr. Mims. Councilman Udine?
My vote is yes, Madam Clerk.
Thank you, Councilman Udine. Mr. President?
My vote is yes, Madam Clerk.
Thank you, Mr. President. The votes are 6 yeses, 3 absences. Item number 4 is hereby adopted on first reading. Second reading and public hearing will be at the regular meeting of Tuesday, February 27, 2024 at 7 p.m.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Now, members of the public, we're going to start with the public portion. Please, every speaker has 3 minutes. You have a clock right in front of you. That way you could be mindful of the time and use your time effectively to make sure that you send the right message out there. So let's be mindful of the time. After the 3 minutes, I will please ask you to wrap it up and allow the next speaker to be to use the 3 minutes, okay? So we have a lot of speakers on the list, and we're expecting to be out here a little early because of Valentine's Day. Madam Clerk, how many speakers do we have on the list?
We have 22 speakers.
22 speakers. First speaker?
The first speaker is Mr. Ernest Rucker.
Good evening, Mr. Rucker.
Good evening, Ernest Rucker Paterson. I'm going to skip all the way to your agenda before I make my main statements. To item 52. Now, I was looking at the bid specs and how they bid it and the amount that they bid it for these contracts under UEZ. Well, the company that came in at $159,000 has about 67 blocks that he must cover, and the work downtown Paterson and from Main Street all the way to Crooks, other areas up to Madison Ave, and he bid it $159,000 some change. It is impossible. If the payroll for 5 people to do 67 blocks would be $3,000 a week at $600, $15 an hour. Let's calculate that into 52. That's 100, and let's make sure we have it right here, because you guys like to, okay? That comes to $150,000 just in payroll. What else is in these specs? They have to clean snow, clean the streets, salt, buy UEZ uniforms for their companies, for their employees. There is no way in the world that bid that you're about to vote on for 52 can afford to do this contract and do it well at $159,000. It's impossible. No one in this place can tell me that you're going to have a payroll just as much as you're bidding for. And that's with 5 people. So when you get to 52, I would appreciate it if you just don't rubber stamp it, but ask the correct questions that you need to ask. And if you need to table it until we can get it straightened out. Let's go to your ordinances. Again, this is election time, so I'm going to get everybody's attention. Everybody's eyes are going to be on me today because we know May is coming up. Look, we had a little situation with liquor stores in a certain area. Well, we have over 100 smoke shops, which I understand legislation is being worked on now. 100 smoke shops in the city of Paterson. They're not governed by anybody. They can open when they want to, and they can close when they want to. We have barber shops that are staying open till 3 o'clock, 4 o'clock in the morning. Who the hell's getting a haircut? We have some issues here that this council should be pulling up those ordinances and fixing the ordinance to give it teeth. And you need to also fix the zoning ordinance. So if the police busted like they did on Broadway and took out hundreds of pounds of weed, thousands and thousands of dollars, that zoning can pull their permit to operate. Why are we constantly putting an ordinance on the book with no teeth? I mean, it doesn't look good. And this election that's coming is telling a lot of you, we're not happy with it. We're not happy with it. On the backside of that, and I see my time is moving, but I will do this in a closing motion, so I still get my extra minute. There is one thing I want to make clear. This council, this election coming up, you have two choices. Start doing what we ask you to do from the community. Start showing us you're really for the community. Stop grinning, smiling, shaking my hand, pat me on the back, talking about community. But everything you do over there is nothing to do with community. I want someone to pull back up, and this president, Mr. Mendez, I think this is charged to you. I want, brought back on the agenda, workshop meetings to be televised. You're the president, you have the power, let's do it.
Everyone knows it's involved in the public in attendance like we used to do in the 90s.
We can no longer afford the bullshit.
Thank you.
No more. You want our votes? You want our support? You want our money? You want our time? Give us something back. Or there's going to be a lot of you gone in May. And it's going to be one or two at large. They may have to worry too, and one is not here today. So I'm letting you know this is war. This is war.
This is war.
Don't think I'm just here talking today. Last time I was here, I think I came up here and publicly endorsed you, Michael Jackson. Tonight's endorsement is for the 2nd Ward. Mr. Khan for 2nd Ward Council. We have to break up that united force that Marissa Davila and others have with that vote, where we're getting no money back for a return for our investment. You talked about garbage. No, our problem is not the garbage on the streets. We have landlords, slumlords, investors that come here to milk this city, in closing, to milk this city, to milk it, to take everything out of it, leave us with no parking. They don't clean up for their own properties. Let's stop worrying about the bulk garbage. Let's get them to follow the ordinances you already have on the books.
Thank you, Mr. Rucker. Next speaker, Madam Clerk.
The next speaker is Jackie Williams.
Good evening, everyone.
Good evening, Jackie. How are you?
Come on, John. My name is Jackie Williams, and I'm here to tell you guys about our ministry that we have. It's called Minds for the Lord. We have 5 children, which are all honor roll students, great kids of Paterson. And what we do, we go around and we minister. My children minister to people, children, everyone. And we're just coming here so you guys can know that there are some good kids in Paterson. We want y'all support. We're having a Black History program Sunday, 4 o'clock, 98 Straight Street. We're asking everyone to come out so you can see our children minister to everyone. And we're going to have a great time. We're asking for you guys' support. That's all we want. It's just support from you guys. That's it. That's not much to ask for. And these children deserve it. You understand? Because you have children that goes to church on Friday. You have children that goes to church on Tuesday. You have children that's out here ministering to grown people, anyone. So we want the council people, please give us some support. Please help us with whatever we need, because these are our children, our future, So we're just asking you guys to, come out if you want my phone number or Joanne's phone number. My number is 563-349-4586. My name is Jackie Williams. And I am Joanne Milton, that I would like to bring the children to the next council meeting so you can also meet them. But I would love for you to please come out this Sunday to watch the children. They're doing the Black History program. And this is something that we don't force them to do. This is something that they love to do. They have fun doing it. And we go different places, different churches, different events that we are called out. So the children go travel different places. We also was at the McDonald Gospel Fest last year. We came in second place. Okay, we made it this year, so we will be going back to McDonald Gospel Fest this year. And we're asking for your support. But I would like for you to meet the children, and I will bring them to the next council meeting. But please, please, if you can, come out on Sunday at 4 p.m. and watch the children.
Council President?
Thank you. So now 98 Straight 3 or 4 p.m. this Sunday, correct?
Yes.
Just
Thank you.
really quickly, Council President. So for the month of February, I'm in charge of doing flag salute and prayer. It would be great if the young people will come out on the
Yes.
February the 27th and do a presentation, a dance or a mime presentation. I'll make sure you have my phone number to reach out to me,
Please.
but right before our council meeting on the 27th, because I already have someone that's doing the flag salute, but it would be great if they could do a dance before the city council.
Can you repeat the
Thank you.
numbers?
Thank you so very much.
Repeat the numbers,
So it's
please.
98 Straight. Can you repeat the cell phone number?
Phone numbers.
My phone number, my name is Jackie Williams. My phone number is 563-349-4586. This is Joanne. And my phone number is 862-888-5662. Joanne Milton.
Thank you so very much.
Thank you.
Thank you. See you Sunday. Next speaker, Madam Clerk.
If I may, Council President, 98
Ma-
Church, if I may, Council President, I just want them to know where 98 Church Street is, Straight Street, because that's the first ward. Across the street is the fourth ward. But that's Edith Smith, she goes there. You have performed there many times. I've seen you perform. You performed for my church, New Amy Zion. You went to, you go to the Mount Sinai.
Yes.
You performed there many times.
Madam
So I want to say this.
Councilwoman.
Wait a second, Council President. I just want to say, if you see these children perform, they're awesome.
They will be performing here on the
They're absolutely
27th.
awesome. And I want to say that
And we're all
I've
gonna be
seen
watching.
them perform many, many times.
Yes.
And they're absolutely awesome.
Council
And
member.
I wish we could get our children back into church again.
Thank
Because
you,
we need
thank
our
you.
kids back in church.
We'll be supporting you on Sunday, and council members, let's keep the comment for the end of the public portion, please. Next speaker, Madam Clerk.
The next speaker is Mr. Laverne Williams.
Mr. Williams.
Good afternoon, good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Good
Hi, my
afternoon.
name is Lavarnia Williams, and I have started a new business here in the city of Paterson, New Jersey. I am Praise Break. Praise Break is a business that choreographs praise dance in the city of Paterson all over. And the events, for the after-school program, I have a contract going in, teaching the kids how to praise dance as well. I attended the McDonald's Gospel Fest for 2023 as well. I was representing the city of Paterson. I have been reselected this year to attend the Gospel Fest, and I would need your support. I was a master board worker for over 11 years of the county of Passaic, and now I work for the Board of Education for over 9 years. I volunteer through the city of Paterson and Passaic. I'm looking for donations to build up this foundation of my business. My goal is to send at least 10 kids to the McDonald Gospel Fest, travel expenses, material, and garments for the praise dance. In closing, in your earliest convenience, and the councilman, who can I count on for your support? And I want to say, bless are the peacemakers, for they will be called children of God. Matthew 5:9. My number is 973-356-8043, and my email is lw_inchrist@yahoo.com. Thank you.
Can you repeat your number?
973-356-8043.
Thank you so very much.
Do you have any questions?
Thank you. All
Thank you.
right. Next speaker, Madam Clerk.
Next speaker is Mr. Elvis Duran.
Must be outside. Oh, he's here.
He's
Mr.
there.
Elvis.
How everybody you doing?
Good evening.
All right. Happy New Year, 2024. My microphone on?
It's on.
Okay. Before I get into my announcements, my name is Elvis Dorr, 4th Ward. Market Street and Prospect Street needs to be cleaned up. It's very dirty. Market Street and PROSPECT Street, downtown Paterson, New Jersey, need to be cleaned up. It's so embarrassing. People got to come from other states and other cities to see that garbage. This is the third largest city in New Jersey. Come on, y'all. We could do better. And another thing, when is Victor Cruz going to start working on his restaurant? Are y'all going to give him permission? Is he waiting for permits? He's opened up a restaurant on Main Street and Elderson Street. It's going to create jobs. If that was Florida would have been had permits. Come on now. This project going to create jobs. People need jobs to pay their bills. Okay. EDOM Productions, Elvis Dorm Outreach Music Productions presents Black History Celebration and Award Ceremony. The theme this year, Stepping Out on Faith. It's going to be February 23rd at 7 p.m. and Saturday, February 24th at 4 p.m. On February 23rd at 7 p.m., the speaker will be Dr. William Henry. On Saturday, February 24th at 4 p.m., the speaker is going to be one of my mentors, the former councilman and former football player, Anthony Davis. And it's going to be held at New Generation Kingdom of Power Ministry on 170 North Main Street. 170 North Main Street in Paterson, New Jersey. Pastor Thomas Purry is the pastor of that church building. For more information, you can contact me at 862-823-3895. I see a lot of council was not paying attention, but it's okay. I'm speaking to 25,000 people out there. So this don't really concern y'all if y'all don't want the information. Okay? Elvis Dorm Outreach Music Production presents a Memorial Day weekend getaway trip to Florence, South Carolina, and Myrtle Beach, South Carolina. Saturday, May 25 to Monday, May 27. We stand for 2 nights only. The bus ride is only $200 round trip. Everyone is responsible for booking their own hotel. For more information, you can contact me at 862-823-3895. I will have more information at the next council meeting, and all this week I will have posters and flyers. Okay? Oh yeah. Chicken and waffle, soul food, y'all. Y'all like soul food? 25,000 people out there. Y'all don't have to pay me no mind. 25,000 people. Chicken and Waffle Soul Food. It's located at 270 Broadway, Paterson, New Jersey, on the corner of Summer Street. For more information, you could call 973-345-1000. Chicken and Waffle Soul Food. Good food, quality food. You don't have to go to Newark. You don't have to drive in that long highway, waiting on that long line. You can stay right here in the city of Paterson, New Jersey, if you want some good, black, soul food. Chicken and Waffle Soul Food. 270 Broadway, Paterson, New Jersey. I got the flyers right here. Can somebody make sure the council get these flyers? I know some of y'all don't want it, but y'all gonna get it anyway. Amen.
Amen. Thank you.
Wait, Council President. Everybody, some people get a lot of time, so I'm gonna get that same treatment. I am a community activist and a promoter, so give me respect. I will be endorsing my councilwoman. Councilwoman will be Cotton. I will be walking the streets with her side by side, and we're gonna win this election. Because we got Jesus on our side. That's all we need.
Thank you. Next speaker, Madam Clerk.
Our next speaker is Dwayne.
Elvis. Where are you? Where am I? Sorry, Madam Clerk. Next speaker.
Dwayne.
Dwayne. Good evening.
Good evening. My name is Dwayne. You can call me iTech Troy on social media for those who want to follow me. And my number is 973-653-6222. I'm the Black Panther of Wakanda. And first of all, I want to thank the Almighty God for making each and every one of us being here, and also to acknowledge the ancestors who had given their lives and made the necessary sacrifice for all of us. I want to take this opportunity to tell you guys that I'm from Jamaica, from a place they call Hope Bay. I did not choose where I was born, but it was divine appointment for me to born and grow in a place called Hope Bay, because the Most High God wants to use me as a vessel of hope for His people. So right now, I want to announce my ministry, which is not just an ordinary ministry, but it's actually the military of God here on earth. I'm not going to make it be like a regular church. My intention is to go out there and serve the people, because based on my observations, there's a lot of things that needs to be corrected. Instead of just pointing fingers and complaining, I plan to use my mind and come up with solutions, because God has given each and every one of us a mind to think and be creative. So my ministry is aimed towards leading people to the Most High God, and also to help each and every one to try as much as I can, because the commandment is for us to honor the Most High God and also do unto others as we'd like them to do unto us. So based on my observations, most times I see a lot of things like people who go to their bed hungry, and it pains my heart to know that there's so many people out there who are starving, right? And also there's so many homeless people here in the world today. Just yesterday we had a snowstorm, and you would be amazed by the amount of people who had to stay out in the actual snow. They don't know if they would actually freeze to death or be covered by the snow. Even when I drive on Main Street by a bus stop right next to the Seatown supermarket, when you're going towards St. Joseph, there's an elderly lady there that actually, she lives there, right? And it pains my heart. Even when the snow was going on, I kept praying.
Please wrap it up.
Right. I want to give each and every one of you thanks, you know. So if there's anything else, you can contact me on my number, my social media, and I hope to work with not just the leaders, but everybody, whether they're old, young, even the little babies, because the babies are born super smart nowadays. Even the animals, the dogs, they're well trained. So that's it for me. And finally, two of the legends who I look up to, Michael Jackson and Bob Marley, they have movies coming out, and I can remember some famous quote that they made. Michael Jackson said, "Take a look at the man in the mirror." So I want each and every one of us to take a look at the person in the mirror and make a better change. And Bob Marley said, "One love, one heart." So it doesn't matter the complexion, whether you're Hispanic, black, white, or whether you're Muslim, Jew, is one love, one heart.
Amen to that. And your cell phone number, Black Panther?
Respect.
973-653-6222.
One love, respect. Thank you so very much. Next speaker, Madam Clerk.
Next speaker is Mr. Eddie Olivares.
Yes,
Good
hi,
evening, Mr. Olivares.
everyone.
Good evening.
The last time that I was at this microphone, Councilman Udine said that he was kind of concerned with how people will view him or view you once you are a former councilman. That was the concern. I am here to offer a little bit of advice, and I'm going to use myself. When I was on the Board of Education, I was a commissioner on the Board of Education, my wife came to me and she asked me to talk to Eileen Schaefer, the superintendent at the time, to get her a job in the school. I told her no. My wife, I love her very much, but I told her no, because I would not be beholden to the wishes of anyone because of a favor that was done to me. So, but I'm going to give you something even more concrete, something much more tangible. The $4 million that we borrow every year to deal with the emergencies in the sewer system, the only person that voted no for that project was Mr. Jackson. And so I am going to ask you, since you voted yes, do you know when that program was started? Do you know that? My guess is no. You're not really saying anything, but my guess is no, you don't. Do you know how much money is outstanding from the debt that we get every year? $4 million. Do you know how much is outstanding of that debt? Do you know of any area in the city of Paterson that does not get flooded because of that $4 million that we borrow every year and we all pay? So, if you don't know anything about the program, I would ask you, and I've said this to you before, stop voting yes on stuff you don't know anything about. But you're not the only one. I mean, too bad that Mr. Abdelaziz is not here now, because when he speaks, he sounds all-knowing. I assure you, he knows as much as you do about that program. He doesn't know. Councilwoman Cotton, do you know the answer to those questions? You do. When was the program started?
Sure.
Do you know how much money is outstanding?
She will respond at the end of the public portion, Mr. Olivares.
Okay.
Councilwoman, if you...
Okay, that's good. And so I am going to move on. Ms. Davila is not here. Do you know?
Yeah.
How about you? You have a PhD. I assume that this is an exclusive
And I'll
club.
educate you every day because you come to the mic and you're miseducated and uneducated based on someone else's opinion.
So,
Council members,
when you're
let's
ready,
Mr.
I'm ready
Olivari,
for you.
Mr.
I'm
Olivari,
ready for you.
just give me a second. Council
ready for
members,
you.
Mr. Olivari, I will give you a minute to wrap. I will give you a second. Just wrap it up, and then we'll answer you at the end of the public portion.
Excellent.
So stay tuned with that.
Excellent.
But please wrap
But
up.
I would assume that everybody that's voting yes, you know the answer to these questions.
You didn't ask me, but yes, I know.
Okay.
You do?
Yes.
Excellent. Okay, so I am going to be watching because I'm not going to stay the entirety of the meeting, but I am going to be looking at those numbers. I want to know how much money is outstanding from that debt. Every year we borrow $4 million.
Thank you.
I want to know the areas that now do not get flooded because of that money.
Thank you.
And I want to know when it was started. And I have over here, Mr. McCoy, I interviewed him. I asked him. He doesn't know. So I hope that you do.
Thank
I
you.
hope that you do.
Mr. Olivari, so at the end, so you could watch that question, Madam BA, stay tuned with that because I want you to send that information in writing also to
Council
Mr.
President,
Olivari and another
Council
person.
President.
Let's continue the public portion. You answer them.
No, it's
Council
for you.
members,
It's for
please.
you. It's for you. There's a rule.
Right.
When the speaker comes and engage a councilman, you have to get the councilman to go back to him because then he's going to leave. He dump everything
No,
to
he
us.
said that he's going to
Hold on. Hold on.
Councilman
Hold on,
Velez.
Council President.
Councilman Velez,
I know,
can we
are.
have this conversation at the end of the public portion?
Correct.
Thank
We're
you.
gonna do it.
Mr.
We're gonna do
Olivari,
it.
stay tuned. They will answer you.
Mr.
They will answer your question. Please,
Look,
next
but
speaker.
I would like you said, I would like for you to give me the answer. Do you
Yes.
know how much is outstanding?
Mr. Olivari,
The
they will
only-
give you the
the
answer,
only thing
but at
is
the end.
that-
Can
The
you
only
give me
thing
the
is,
answer?
Council President, I ask you the floor. I think you confuse
Mr. Olivari.
between emergency
Just
sewer
at the end of the
contract.
public portion, he will give it to you, please. Let's continue.
Yes.
Let's call the next speaker. Let's be respectful. Yes, members of the public, let's be respectful of the time of the speaker that coming right after.
Council
There's
President.
people that wants to go home. Let's finish the public portion effectively, and at the end, each council member will have enough time to answer all your question. You could take note and come back. Next speaker, Madam Clerk.
Council President,
Monsieur
before the
Delca
next speaker.
Arias.
Before the next speaker, I just want to say this. As the council president, we should never allow members of the public to come to the microphone to disrespect any council member. It is against the rule of the council, and it takes away from the quorum. Some people are sent to the microphone by council members only to discredit other council members to make themselves look good. And when you don't allow us to respond, because when he was speaking, he had misinformation. He was talking about sewer fees versus emergency lateral repairs. There's
Correct.
two different things.
Yes.
We
And-
voted
and-
for emergency.
and if you-
We
now-
should have voted
No,
yes.
Council-
So,
We should have had the
Councilwoman,
mic yelling
no,
at us.
Mr. Olivari,
wrong.
please.
Council
Now,
President.
council
He's
member,
wrong.
members of the
He's
public. So
wrong.
now,
You
if
are
you allow me,
misinformed. You are
if you allow me,
misinformed.
and I will tell you, Councilwoman Mims, you are 100% correct. There's a lot of members of the public that they come here with misinformation, but it's our responsibility to responding. Now, in order for us to have a effective public portion, so we allowing the speaker, and at the end we make a comment.
But
If
so-
we planning, council members, just give me a minute. If we're planning to change the rule of getting back to the speaker, so we could definitely entertain that discussion. I agree that deserve respect, and we have to be respectful of each other. You could be a leader, but that doesn't give you the right to disrespect a member of the council, even though you don't support that person. So with that being said, so we're going to continue with the public
Point
portion,
of order,
and we're
Council President.
going to over. Madam Clerk, let's go to the next speaker.
Point of order, Council President. Council
next speaker?
President.
Council President, yeah.
Council President, point of order.
Councilman Jackson, the next speaker was
No,
waiting there.
No, please, Council President. I called for a point of order. That means the point of order must be addressed. I'm asking you, you made allowances for various council members to speak,
Right.
and I'm asking for the same allowance.
Councilman Jackson.
Okay, because there's accusations that's being thrown around, and you agreed, and I totally disagree. Obviously, Mr. Olivares said I was the only one that he named indifference of, so for someone to make an account that people are being sent, that's insinuating that I'm sending someone. But with that being said, the public has every right to come up.
Council
Point of
members,
order, Council
please.
President.
Council members, Councilwoman Mins, please. Councilman Jackson, ask for the floor.
extremely
Please wrap
quiet
it up because I just
while-
want to finish public portion for us to complete city business. Councilman Jackson.
To the public, You, as a taxpaying citizen, you have the right to come to the podium and address your concerns. You don't have to, when a member comes here and rallies for and says you're phenomenal, and for, Council President, please.
Councilman Mims,
When
do we gonna
someone
have to take
says that
5
you're
minutes recess?
phenomenal and you're great, it doesn't mean because a person is not in approval with what you're doing that that's disrespectful. I've often been accused of being disrespectful for calling people inadequate, incompetent. Those are not words of disrespect. We have a job to do here, and our job is to be accountable for. And if someone doesn't call you awesome and they're calling you less of adequate, that right there is not disrespect. The public has the right to do so. And Council President, if you're allowing for council members to interrupt their time because they have a displeasure with what they're saying, then that is not according to the process. We cannot interrupt
Councilman Jackson.
members of the public because they're not cheerleading for us.
Councilman Jackson, well understood.
Thank you,
So,
Council President. I requested earlier, and I have to address that. When I
Councilman
was
Udine.
directed question first, Council President, just know this. I was quiet because that's the decorum. We cannot answer the question at that point. Now, when you are allowing the other council members to respond to yes or no, it make me look bad that why I did not respond. It means that whether I do not know, I'm illiterate, or something like that. So here's your responsibility that whether you should, keep this for unique, rules for everyone that you cannot respond at the time. Wait for the end of the public portion. And if you allow, then just know this: we are not going to ask you. We are going to just throw your answer to the public.
Councilman Udine, thank you so very much. And now let's meet.
Robert Rules of Rules says that if the speaker in the podium portion
Did he ask for the floor,
Ask the
Council
floor.
President?
Councilman Velez, you are asked.
Point of order. He
Please,
didn't-
Councilman
did he
Velez.
ask for the floor?
Ask for the floor. I will open the
Council
floor for you.
President, Council President,
Councilman Velez.
it's my understanding, Robert Rules of Rules says that if the speaker in the podium said through the chair and direct the councilman has allowed to engage to answer back because he has to ask. But he has to ask through the chair to direct the councilman would answer back. And this time, because the council president, not him, not council president that we have now, previous council members put a rule here that the public portion was going to be entertained first. At the end, we're going to use our closing remarks to address anything. That's why I write everything here.
Yes.
And to address. But that we know what we're talking about? Yes, we know.
Thank
And
you,
we will
Councilman
answer later
Velez.
on.
Let's move. Let's continue. Let's continue. Mr. Olivari, your time is up. Now you're being disrespectful. Yes, you're being disrespectful. No. Your time is up. But you know what? You could do a sidebar with him, anytime. So please, the next speaker, it's your first lady.
Arias.
So please state your name and address, and you got 3 minutes. Okay?
Can't hear.
Acerca de Martin Luther King, escribí algo y quiero que Eddie Olivares.
Can't hear.
Okay, so speak a little close to the mic. Get close. Acérquese al micrófono. Él le puede traducir. Usted puede hablar en español. Mr. Olivari, you could translate to your wife, so usted puede hablar en español.
Don't worry. Yo
Okay.
lo escribí. Quiero hablar acerca de Martin Luther King y Eddie lo vas a traducir en inglés.
She said she wants to speak about Dr. King, and Mr. Olivari will translate in English.
She wrote it for me. Ven, te puede quedar ahí. She wrote it for me, and so I begin.
Madam Clerk.
Good evening.
Madam Clerk.
I recently became a U.S. citizen. In the process, as you know, you have to learn about the history of this country. In doing so, I learned about Martin Luther King and his life story. I fell in love with the life story of Dr. King. And so I asked my husband, that would be me, to help me research more about the life of Dr. King. I learned doing the research about his style of peaceful protest to demand justice for all Americans, regardless of gender or race. I learned about his dream of a better world for all of mankind. I listened to his speech, I Have a Dream, but I also saw an interview where he said, and I quote, "My dream has turned into a nightmare." In part, his nightmare had to do with the poverty so many Americans have to endure. Well, we have the poverty that Dr. King was talking about here in Paterson. And so we have elected you to end that poverty of the people of Paterson. The administration, you, the mayor, together do something about that poverty. We have dirty streets, clean them. We have prostitution, end it. We have drug-ridden addiction, end it. We have a lot of homeless people, end that problem. We have young boys killing themselves on the streets, end it, end it. I know you guys did not cause this problem. That's what my wife says. You did not cause the problem. But when you come to us at election time, you tell us that you can take care of those problems. Right. Well, guess what? You haven't. So please, I ask of you, because you have kept alive Dr. King's nightmare, and his dream, it's gone in Paterson.
Thank you, Mr. Olivari, and his wife. Thank you so very much. Next speaker, Madam Clerk.
Mr. Rodney Addison.
Mr. Rodney.
Good evening, good evening, good evening, good evening.
Good evening.
You know, I had a whole other speech in mind for today, but after hearing how everyone is speaking, I'm going to change my tone up a little bit, you know, and I'm going to give the council some grace. Individually, they are all individually great people in their own respects and what they stand for. Yes, we do know collectively they may not be the strongest body, but individually they are great individuals, so let's not attack them based on their own individual characters or lack thereof. The Paterson Juneteenth Committee, we held a Paterson cook-off at the museum this past weekend, which was an amazing event. Thank you to the two council individuals who did show up to support. Truly appreciate you. This Saturday, we are again turning the library into an escape room. This past Saturday, we turned the library into the Underground Railroad era. This Saturday, we'll be turning it into the Black Panther era for our youth to learn history in a much more creative and enlightening means. On the 24th of this month, we will be doing a citywide scavenger hunt utilizing the Black landmarks that are still in existence or not in existence as a means of educating our youth about Paterson history, specifically Paterson Black history, on the legacies that were once, you know, incumbent of this city. Aside from that, I wanted to just talk again about I think the last time I was here, I spoke about how the Paterson Juneteenth Committee, we had manufactured our own version of Monopoly called the Paterson Juneteenth the board game. I want to also bring to the table our version of our coloring book that has aspects of those we deem community heroes here in the city of Paterson. Like, we all know Firewoman Miller. We all know Fireman Davis, Rashawn Davis. We know Officer Gatewood. We know Officer Bruce, who are Black officers and firemen here in the city of Paterson who do distinguished work. This coloring book can be found on the PatersonJuneteenth.com as a fundraiser as we prepare for the Paterson Juneteenth Festival, June 15th, Eastside Park. I also want to talk about my organization in which we're doing great work in the city of Paterson. Again, my organization is Onyx Repository Foundation, and we deal with economic development through technology, and we've produced several platforms in the city of Paterson for Patersonians to help with the economic impoverished areas around businesses and the economy for Black people. As of today, we have hired 249 individuals on one of our platforms, where 88% of which are Patersonians. What does that mean? That means that we have created 199 new incomes for these individuals to keep their lights on at least one more month. And how does this work? By you, the community, utilizing our platforms. My organization puts monies back into the community as grants and low-interest loans to start other Black-owned businesses. And these are services and platforms we largely, if you don't mind, Council.
Please,
These are services and platforms we largely utilize at the corporate sense, but now we own it as a community, such as Uber, Uber Eats, GrubUp, and all that. Well, my organization has created our own versions of that, which we call Pull Up here in the city of Paterson, as well as our Child Down food delivery app, amongst other platforms we are creating. So just by recreating a service that we largely use corporate-wise, bringing it back down to the community ownership level, and giving it to the community as a resource and a means of income generating, we put back in our own communities to build up our communities. It is our responsibility to do so. All too often do we put too much stress on the city council, when a lot of the times the issue is a lack of community accountability. You need to clean up your own messes before begging for something to be fixed that was not created by other individuals. Their job is to lobby and legislate. But before they can do that, they have to be able to create the necessary data and metrics to see what is going on based upon what the community is asking for. But if we are continuously griping the issue versus communicating the issue, nothing will get done. And I'm going to say it again. Individually, they are great individuals. As a body, this ain't it. Thank you.
Thank you so very much. Next speaker, Madam Clerk.
Next speaker is Daniel Mejia.
Daniel, good evening.
So my name is Daniel Mejia, and I am the CEO of Silk City One. The reason why I'm here today is because I was looking at the agenda, and there's agenda number 18 for the consent. I'm not sure how did it go through or how was it processed, because from what I remember, out of the many times that I've came to the city, it was during the election times for the people that were running for mayor, which I myself was running as well. The reason why I was running for mayor, it was because a sheriff officer tried to implant illegal substance on me. I told Mr. Sayed the situation and why I wanted to run for mayor, and I explained to him also about Silk City One, which was a platform to create more transparency for those who are running for council, or are being elected by the people in general. And all he told me was, "Oh, you're just trying to take my position. Why don't you become a sheriff?" So now I'm looking at the agenda, and I see that there was something called public. I'm not sure, it's right there on the agenda, number 18, where public input. And it's providing similar things to what I was offering from the beginning. I was told by BA that what I was offering during that time, I even sent her an email on March 2022, that the city wouldn't want it because it's something that they don't need, and it's something that for it to go through a bidding process, it has to be something that the city needs. And I'm not sure how did this make it here. So, yeah, that's about it.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, Madam Clerk.
Tishon Wells.
Isn't there a possibility that at least for the remaining time I could get at least an answer for that?
Danielle, so what we're going to do is at the end of the public portion, Madam BA is going to be the first one to speak.
I'm willing to give up my time. I've
No,
seen
no,
that
I
they've
just
spoken
know.
many times
That's the rule, Daniel, that's the rule, because if I open the mic for one council member, I have to be fair with the entire body, and I have to allow any other council member to speak. So at the end of the public portion, we will address you. And make sure the Madam BA also address you since you sent an email to her, okay? Next speaker, Madam Clerk.
Tishon Wells.
Tishon.
Good evening.
Good evening.
Tishon Wells, CEO and President of Wells Cleaning Company. I'm pretty sure everybody knows who I am, right? I want you to direct your attention to the resolution of City of Paterson, number 52, of the awarding contract to Talarico Building Services. My question is, well, my statement is, we put in a bid for the clean UEZ zone for the streets, commercial corridors. It was deemed inside of the bid packet that they would be awarded to the lowest, most responsible bidder. Looking at the scope of work, 60, 67 blocks, a company came in at 149. The budget from the governor's office was 500,000. We came in second at 380,000, but this company, Talarico, that came at 149, was approved by purchasing, legal, and it came through you guys one time, but you have to vote on it. What kind of service are they going to give for $159,000? You're going to get an inadequate service. The same with some people have problems with the garbage and everything else. They're going to come back to the bank and ask you guys for more money if you don't vote no, and table this and see what is the scope of work, how many people they're going to have. Because just alone, from my calculation and my numbers at $380,000, payroll was already at $312. So this is not a money grab for me. But it's frustrating to come here, and mainly all of you have been to my office. We did the work for the city before as a pilot program. Now, the money comes in from the governor's office, and then now we have to go out to bid when all you had to do is just keep rolling out in $40,000 increments. But here we are. So it's a bit frustrating for you to vote yes on this. I'm asking you to vote no. I'm asking you to table it until you see what is this company giving. Salt alone, garbage bags. It's a lot of different things that's in this packet. We did the work before, so when you say the word responsible, what makes that company more responsible than us? When we had to put out that program, 9 people out of work. One lady just was getting an apartment, getting her life back in order, and she had to give it up and go to a shelter. What makes that company more responsible than us? They're not. We are the best in Paterson. We're from Paterson and for Paterson.
Thank you, Sam. Please don't leave. Don't leave. And next speaker, Madam Clerk.
Mr. Corey Teague.
Good evening, Council.
Good evening, Commissioner.
Corey Teague, Paterson, New Jersey, 65 Prince Street. I was coming here tonight because I wanted to announce publicly on January 3rd, I attended a meeting at 111 Broadway with Officer in Charge Abbasi and a couple of the other top brass over there. And they proposed a question to me if I wanted to be a community advisor to Mr. Abbasi, you know, for the purpose of trying to find a way to bridge a gap between the community and the police department. I thought it over for a while, and I said to myself, if I was always at the forefront of attacking them and criticizing them, at what point do we say that we have to find some common ground and fix this? Because it's very easy to always point out the problems. It's always easy to point out the issues. That's very easy. But when it comes time to actually trying to fix things, that's when you find out where the true leaders are at. So we sat down, we had a discussion, and I'm working with him to try to bridge that gap. So I'm announcing tonight there are going to be several community forums that I'm going to host beginning in March. It's not going to be the police department hosting it, it's going to be myself hosting it, and it's going to be specifically to address some of the issues that have come to me, because a lot of people inbox me every day, text me, send me videos and things of that nature, and what I'm finding is a lot of them have the same issue. And a lot of those issues can be addressed, can be grouped together and addressed. Even though they say it different ways, if I sit them down and I show them what they're all saying, they'll find that the issues are the same. And what I find is one of the #1 problems is miscommunication. They'll grab a piece of a story or a piece of an incident, forget about everything else, harp on that piece of the incident, and then storm around and do what they got to do with that. So communication is a big part of what we need to do to bridge the gap. Look, I'm going to be 43 in a couple of months. I don't want my daughter to grow up in the same society where activists in the police department are just steady at each other's throats when you have a community out there that really wants to see everybody come together and work together. If the leaders are constantly fighting, this is Black History Month, right? Well, there's an African proverb that says when the elephants fight, the ants get hurt. You hear me? When the elephants fight, the ants get hurt. The people are going to continue to get hurt as long as the leaders are beating each other up and clashing. So at some point, the people that are on top of this mountain and the people that are on top of that mountain have to find out where the differences are and then meet at the middle. Because we can spend the rest of our lives fighting each other and kicking each other and hitting each other, and we will leave here with not a legacy, just a memory. Because whether you accomplish something or not, people are going to remember who you are, and they're going to remember your name. So what are you going to leave when we leave here? Because none of us are going to be here forever. Do you want to leave a memory, or do you want to leave a legacy?
Thank you, Commissioner. Next speaker, Madam Clerk.
Next speaker is Mr. John de los Santos.
Good evening, City Council members.
Good evening.
I'm here to ask the City Council for a status update on the cannabis licensing process and the current resolutions. We haven't heard anything in the public at all. I mean, Ordinance, which is Code 172, and that's code, Section 10 of that code states that the resolution holders will have 3 months, then an additional 3 months by the Director of Law, if needed. It's a total of 6 months for them to approach the state and receive a conversion on their conditional license. Those resolutions were issued in July of last year. That's more than 7 months now. So where do we leave those applicants like myself, a 27-year-old resident, which in Section 9 of that same ordinance clearly states it's a requirement to receive a resolution as preference. None of these individuals are residents. They do not pertain or have ties to the city. That has been proven many times over, despite the claims that were made. Now, as a 27-year resident, the first applicant, complete applicant, and having to fight off these same resolution holders that are trying to purchase or outbid me, well, try to commit me to commit some type of errors to get my building to move their resolutions in there. So how long am I supposed to keep pursuing this while the council hasn't been very vocal with us? You know, we do have investors, we do have licenses that expire. I mean, I will be at the state meeting tomorrow asking for their intervention if they can at all, because it's gotten to the point where we need to live. We need to move forward. I'm a resident and I want to bring my business here. The next step is another municipality. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Next speaker, Madam Clerk.
The next speaker is Mr. Sebastian Mejia.
Good evening, Sebastian.
Good evening. My name is Sebastian Mejia. I'm a candidate for the 5th Ward Council seat here in the city of Paterson. Before I start today, I would like to state that it is the 2-year anniversary of the disappearance of Felix Joel de Jesus. Now, I'm thankful for this televised meeting. Televised meeting. As many of you know, I, alongside many other community activists and certain members of this council, Ms. Cotton, Councilman Jackson, Dr. Mims, Mr. Uden, fought tirelessly to have all council meetings televised, only for it to be voted down against the will of the people. Now, I understand we have different interpretations of what progress is. Now, is progress the stacking and packing of people on top of each other, overburdening our schools, our sewer system, and hurting our ability to provide high-quality public services to the people? For me, progress is to encourage more home ownership, more small businesses, growth, and innovation that empowers citizens and reduces the burden on our taxpayers. As I go door to door, meeting my neighbors in the 5th Ward, who I look forward to representing, I'm hearing the same issues come up. People are tired. People are tired that every time they look around, there's a new building popping up. People are tired that they have to drive around the block over and over again to find parking. People are tired that their homes are getting flooded. But people are eager for new and fresh leadership. Decisions are being made in this city without regard for our youth. I have to thank Councilman Jackson, who tirelessly asked questions in regards to Hinchcliffe Stadium, which at the end of the day is $100 million in taxpayer money. However you slice it, you're paying for that. And at the end of the day, our students in Paterson Public Schools are getting the short end of the stick, while people make millions off of those deals. Now, I can't say I could solve all these issues or all these problems, but what I can say is I can do my part to be a voice, to advocate for my neighbors, and to present new, innovative ideas to address the many quality of life issues that all Patersonians face. Thank you. My name is Sebastian Mejia. I'm a candidate for the 5th Ward Council seat here in the city of Paterson.
Thank you, Sebastian. Next speaker, Madam Clerk.
Next speaker is Mr. Joseph Hart.
That's a real birth certificate. You'll never see one like that again. Because I was born here, and I feel like this. If somebody ain't born here in Paterson, they really ain't by blood. They really ain't a Patersonian. I am. There's a lot of things I hate that I see that's
Please
not good.
state your name and address for the record, and speak close to the mic.
Okay. My name's Joseph Hart. I'm not here to bash any of you guys, because I just started coming here last year. You know, I lost my job in 2020 for 29 years of my life. They dumped me when the COVID crap came out. So I've been stressed out ever since then. I got problems and whatnot, but what I hate, I see like Patersonian, they care about everything else with the mayor. How about people that's disabled, people that's handicapped? You got people parked where they ain't supposed to park at. I used to drive too, but we used to respect that yellow line, man. You don't block that. That's for emergencies. That's for the buses to turn. And I'm talking about the New Jersey transit buses. You got too many cabs in this damn town. You got too many Ubers or whatever, and they don't give a damn where they park at, and I hate that. And when they block that crosswalk, that's really a mess. Because one day I may be in a wheelchair. My brother got to walk with a damn thing when he goes to the doctor and whatnot. And people in Paterson just don't give a damn about us handicapped people. When they see this king rise up and I'm crossing, or some of you see me already, that means I'm going. When that light turns yellow, I'm crossing. I don't give a damn, because this is my city, this is my town. I was born here, and ain't nothing gonna make me move out. Nothing. I took a lot of crap growing up as a kid. So, you know, I know it's Black History Month, But my birth certificate, I'm Negro. That's what my race is. Because I'm not just black, I'm Cherokee Indian. Yeah, I'm a Chiefs fan. Hail to the Chiefs. Oh, yeah. And I'm Irish, too. But I've been picked on. I lived all over the damn hoods. I was born in the hood. Hell, people still call me Mr. Fifth Avenue, because that's why I used to grew up there. But the way things is going, and you can ask any New Jersey Transit bus driver that when I take that bus, I don't call this the City Hall no more. When the mayor get it right, it'll be back to the City Hall. To me, it's called a shitty hall. That's what I call it. Ask any bus driver of New Jersey Transit. That's all I got to say, and I really don't have nothing for the holidays right now, so it's just another day to me, and that's it. You know, God bless, and you guys be safe. That's all I can say. I'm out of here.
Thank you. Next speaker, Madam Clerk.
Kimi Freeman.
Sorry about that. Before I begin, I would ask the clerk's office to pass out a little something that I'm going to read, Alex.
Yeah.
This should take 3 minutes. It might take 3 minutes, 15 minutes. I don't know. When I was on the debate team, it was 3 minutes. Here you go. This one here passed out last time, my idea about talking about safety. So I figured it out for you, okay? All right? Chief Police has everything, and whoever becomes the sheriff,
Yeah.
I'll probably be working with you.
Yeah. Now, Kenny, speak in the mic. That way people could listen to hear your home.
I said before I spoke, I wanted to pass that out. Come on, man.
No, just.
I said that.
No, I just want to make sure
Stop me on the clock.
I just want to make sure people listen to you at home. You know, just give us a minute.
Give me 3 minutes. So you gave Ernie 2 minutes for you to turn the clock on. I got it taped. You don't play fair, play fair. I don't mind playing fair. You get in the ring, just don't tie my hand behind my back.
Speak in the mic. She need to type. That's
I
why.
will.
Okay.
As soon as everybody get that paper, I'll talk. The last time, you guys ignored me when I gave the safety thing out. So now I had to write this. I'll let Nancy read it first. When everybody gets a copy, I'll start reading it. I want some people to read it before I even start, because some people are going to get upset. And like my grandma would say, oh, well. Some of them ain't going to read it. You don't have to read it. But I'm going to speak it into existence.
So, Madam Clerk, please reset Mr. Freeman time at 3 minutes so we all have the copy of you, Mr. Freeman.
Yes.
Go ahead.
My name is this here for minutes. Specific. That's who I am. All right, whenever you're ready.
Yep, we're ready.
Ready? Kimmy Freeman, Paterson, New Jersey. I'm going to read it from the thing right here. Good evening, Council, and Kimmy Freeman. I come before this council once again to seek justice and tell the truth. I worry about my nephew, Kevin, who is serving on the aircraft carrier U.S. Eisenhower, now in the Gulf of Oman. His grandfather, my uncle, was stationed in Osaka, Japan during the Vietnam War, where David Gilmour served with others. My 3 uncles, Willie Nelson, not Willie Nelson, one Willie, one Nelson, and Albert, who married Aunt Jane. My mother's grandfather fought in the Civil War. My father's father and grandfather fought at the Battle of Adwa, 1896. I've been telling you about this battle long. Both battles won freedom for their country and their people. My grandson will enlist in the Marines this June. In our family tradition, he will be a sniper. 1,000-yard master sniper. We need a ceasefire in Gaza. I am tired of watching the fake news, as my friend Khalik has said. As I said before, these billions should be going to Americans here in America. With all the unemployment, poverty, inflation, homelessness, and drug abuse here in America, our tax monies paid by Americans should go to Americans. The U.S. border crisis of undocumented, illegally entering immigrants present a social and economic threat to our nation's sovereignty and constitutional right of Americans to enforce and defend our nation's borders like every nation on earth. Will these 8 to 10 million refugees replace the most vulnerable, the most dedicated, the most abused, and most discriminated, and the most likely to die in poverty and despair, the black people in America, the kidnapped and enslaved Africans who built America? Having spilt not one drop of blood, nor, as my grandmother would say, nor paid 1 cent of taxes, how can we allow these non-Americans to continue to cross into our southern borders? They are not entitled to entitlement, nor are we entitled, to provide such entitlements. We cannot afford it. Blacks in Chicago have filed suit and are ready to protest the Democratic Convention. Biden and Kamala are in trouble. Black men are considering voting for Trump. Trump will close the borders. Now here's the killer. The 2024 Paterson Black History Month, headed by Councilwoman Mims, has been one of the worst planned in decades. Yeah, you can laugh where you want, but you ain't did nothing. Activities crossing each other, no printed calendar. I went to Nancy yesterday and today. I said, Nancy, where's the calendar that we had? Because our senior citizens don't know what's going on because there's no calendar. We always had a calendar. We don't want to look on Facebook. We don't want to do all that. We want to go back to just regular stuff. Print 10,000 calendars, okay? And awards for fake people, okay? First one, Anthony Fallon Davis received an award. Mim's daughter received an award. Jerry Wimberly received an award. I was talking to Stretch and them when you guys left when Rory, I went up to Rory. I went to school with Rory, all right? We talked about this, all right? Teddy Fallon Martinez, appointed by the Attorney General or Mayor Andre, hosted the Black Men's Conversation, which was a joke, all right? While Teddy Martinez was in prison, real soldiers like Raheem Smallwood, Anthony Wilson, Nancy Greer, Kevin Finley, Brother Akbar, and myself were on the battlefield. Anthony Davis sell out for a few coins, $10,000, and Teddy Martinez sold death, drugs to the black community. And other people, Melvin Casey, who was a friend of mine, but when I found out he's with the Violence Interventive Committee or intervention thing, when Raheem Smallwood told me he made $75,000, I mean, with little or no credentials, he makes $75,000. You guys need to stop. I told G. Greer maybe I should go to prison so I can get a hookup job.
Please wrap it up, Mr.
I'm doing it. This is the last paragraph. With my college degrees, National Dean's List, Alexander Hamilton Fellowship, Who's Who, International Societies in History and Education, and representing the city of Paterson in the 1997 President's Summit for America's Future. I shook Colin Powell's hand. Vera Ames would say, Kimmy Freeman is one of our best and brightest. Implementing Project 2000 that I told those fools at that thing we had at the library. We've already done this. And when Dr. Fulmore, which you know me and him don't see eye to eye no more, but I still love and respect him, he was in back of the room. I thought I was gonna get jumped by the alphas. I really did. I had to look around and everything. I was like, oh shit. But I had to tell him, I said, Dr. Fulmore, you know Project 2000 is the best thing we did, and we dropped the ball, we haven't done it yet. Okay? In closing, like I said, Vera Ames is saying this. Project 2000, coordinating the Million Man March, Save Our Children, program that served over 10,000 Paterson students, as well as Rites of Passage programs, Boy Scouts, Boys and Girl Club, and I won 1978 Young Man of the Year also.
Thank you, Mr. Freeman.
This row. I'm not finished. You know I ain't finished. And volunteered as first responders during hurricanes Irene and Sandy's. I also implemented go to high school and go to college, Alpha Phi Alpha. Lastly, I'm gonna say this. Nancy Greer has done more than you Cotton or Mims put together. And when Vera saw me outside, she almost leaped out of her wheelchair because I've served her.
Thank you, Mr. Freeman.
Okay.
I allow you
And Akbar,
extra time
the
for you.
brother was feeding people while everybody's watching the Super Bowl.
I allow
He's done
you
more than any brother in this town.
Thank you, Mr. I allow you extra time to finish this. Thank you, Madam Clerk, next
Fake
speaker.
prophets, fake
Councilwoman
fake preachers,
Dr. Lilisa Mims.
and fake politicians.
Lilisa Mims. Next speaker is Lilisa Mims.
Good evening, Council President and to council members. Good evening.
Good evening, Councilman Mims.
So I have 3 minutes.
Just give us a minute, Councilwoman Mims. Just give us a minute. There's one problem, Councilman Mims.
I'm still in
We
the
have no quorum if you go on the other side of the dais.
No, I'm still in the room.
So I will allow you. I know you want to speak. I know there's been a couple of members of the public that have been addressing you directly. So I will allow you the 3 minutes to speak, and right after that, we'll continue with the public portion. Go ahead, Councilwoman.
So, to the viewing public, good evening. First of all, let me say happy Valentine's Day to everyone. Today is a day of love. It is really unfortunate, based on the weather, that we had to reschedule our time to be here on tonight, away from our loved ones, away from our family, to come here to do the city's business. That's the great part, because we sit here tirelessly fighting and advocating on behalf of the community. When it comes to the city's business, we take it very serious. I am speaking as a resident. We've heard many times that there's infighting on the dais. We've heard many times that we don't do. I am asking the community, please bring your solutions and any recommendations to the council. I am asking you if you have any thoughts or ways we can do things better, instead of coming to the microphone based on false information or misinformation, that you will come and say, here's a solution I have to a problem. That's why I commend the people that came from ICPC tonight. They found there was an issue where there was lack of recreational opportunities. So what did they do? They came together, collaborated, and they're building their own recreational center for $40 million, not taxpayer dollars, not of any of our dollars. They didn't come here and bash any council member. Some people will say, I didn't hear them disrespect. When you say to a council member, you're supposed to have a PhD, that's a disrespect. If you want to get things answered or done, there's a proper respect and there's a proper way to come to the council member. To all council members, happy Valentine's Day. And I want to say this in closing. I did not spearhead the Black History Month program. It was led by someone live. It was led by myself, Councilwoman Cotton, and Councilman Jackson. The three of us together. My daughter was not honored. My daughter does not live in the city of Paterson. Please, when people are giving out information, let's give out actual facts. In closing, Paterson, let's keep building. Let's keep moving forward. Do your homework. Do your research. Don't listen to sound bites. Don't listen to misinformation. Stop going into rooms where people are worrying about who will be the mayor in 2 years and then not focus on what's going to happen with the problems of Paterson today and or tomorrow. If they have to fight and go against people for something 2 years away, that tells you their character and their integrity. Thank you so much, Council President.
Yeah.
Patterson, I love you. Let's keep building and not battling. Have a great night, everyone.
Thank you. Next speaker, Madam Clerk.
Next speaker is Councilman William Bill McCoy.
Good evening, council members. Councilman William McCoy. I'm here tonight to extend a happy Valentine's to all of our residents tonight.
I love you too.
I sit here on the 14th, married for 42 years in July, so the hottest day of the year. But you brought me out here tonight. I just wanted also to thank all of the residents of the Third Ward, the voters, that endorsed and supported my run as candidate for the Third Ward, a seat that I've held from 2000 until 2020. And you have all read that account of the Attorney General as to what happened with that. But I'm here tonight as a candidate, and I think an able one also. We talked about history and service to our community. I had a chart made up. I'm a 5-time council president. I've served in that office. I understand the legislative process. I'm an accountant by training, and I've worked in that industry for a very long time. So I understand budget, understand finance, I understand how to analyze financial records and information. So I was heartened tonight to listen to gentlemen here that talk about having a responsible bid. And for a budget of $500,000 roughly, and for someone to come in and project a job at 159 versus the next level of 389 or something to that effect, has to tell you that there is a problem, and we really need to look at that. I've done internal auditing. I know numbers and how to analyze data, and I think part of that is what I could bring to the municipal council and bring some understanding and depth of accounting and finance to the program. Also, we are opening our campaign headquarters on 635 Broadway on East 28th Street. I welcome you to stop by on the 24th of this month, next week, Saturday at 3 o'clock. We'll be hosting everyone there to give you some insight on our vision and the items that we have to move our city forward. Let me tell you that honesty, integrity, trust, and accountability is still important. I had to create myself a little spreadsheet to track the charges against one of my opponents who have been indicted by the Attorney General and is still facing those charges. Ladies and gentlemen, although he's telling you that those have been resolved, I'm here to say to you that they have not, and they still stand as a millstone around our necks. We would not be able to move forward until we resolve that. I want you to remember the also $25,000 cash purchase of a vehicle in Brooklyn. It reminds me of a story of someone selling you the Brooklyn Bridge. Don't go for the fake okey-doke. Vote for the real McCoy. God bless you and good night.
Next speaker, Madam Clerk.
The next speaker is Mr. Michael Taylor.
Mr. Taylor.
Mary Taylor.
That's his daughter, man.
Yeah, Mary Taylor. Yes. Next speaker, Madam Clerk.
Jameer Norris.
Jameer. Good evening, brother.
Evening.
Good evening.
Okay. Is the mic on?
Yes.
First and foremost, happy Cook Day to y'all. I don't know if y'all know, but whenever y'all get the chance, just a quick history. On this day today in 1776, there was a man by the name of James Cook. And today's the anniversary to where is that he tried to conquer single-handedly Hawaii and failed horribly doing so by trying to kidnap the ruler then of Hawaii. There's oil portraits and paintings of all this. You guys can look it up. And unbeknownst to him, he failed miserably, and as a result of that, he ended up being murdered along with his enemy, and his body was chopped and eaten by the people of that. Just a small little thing, but I'm not here for that. I'm really here to just really in more ways than one, or in a brief way, try to make a statement, really addressing you guys and informing the Patersonians, including myself, just to see where we're at and just to put things into perspective. Okay, so based off of from what I got here, so, and this is not mine, this is all public information. You guys can all look it up. So I don't know if y'all know, but in 2020, as of still currently, the State Office of Public Integrity and Accountability identified not one, but two of the right now sitting in front of all of us, two council members. Council Member First Ward Michael Jackson and Council Member Mendez, which in 2020, Mendez, you were already under the indictment in the 2020 election fraud probe, which in October, they added 9 more additional counts to that. And as of now in 2024, all of those cases is currently, right now, delayed, quote unquote. And for you, First Ward Michael Jackson, those cases for you is questionable. So, leading all the way up to here on that note and on what we have now, between all those months of last year, dating, I would say, all the way to March, all the way up until this point, it's been back and forth between indictments. You guys have been having cases pending on you, which currently 2 out of the 4 members who was already charged, only 2 of you are sitting in front of me. One of which is the council president amongst all of us and amongst all of your peers. What he has done, his illegal actions, all based on record, is what led him to sit in front of us today. So the thing of it is, the statement that I'm trying to make is, with both sides that we have had for months of exposing and arresting the so-called people who's been robbing us, both with our trust, taking our money, taking everything that we have and the things that we're supposed to be standing for. In conclusion, the things that we were supposed to be standing for, there is no more time. There is no more talk, and I can't help, God forbid, I can't help leaving here, effective immediately, what the people with the minds who don't have any chains on them of how they're going to act and respond in coordinates to what we all been deprived with. You guys have homes and vehicles and all of that stuff just like us, and we can and we will make sure that we take affirmative actions with not even God's permission. This is a warning. This is the first and last. It starts.
Next speaker, Madam Clerk.
There are no more speakers.
Motion to close.
So moved.
I'm sorry, can you come close to the mic? Just, it's off the record, but just give us a second. This is a televised meeting. After we close the public portion, you will be able to address any council member on the side. If it's the public comment, you're more than welcome, but there's a motion to close, moved by Councilman Abdelaziz.
Council President, maybe she doesn't understand the process immediately.
So you would like to speak on the mic, or you would like to address this with a specific council member? This is a televised meeting, and this is a public portion. You could speak on the mic. You got 3 minutes to speak on the mic if you wish.
Yeah, come on, man.
Huh? Okay, no problem. Okay. Just this is the people's house. Democracy 101, so you're more than welcome to speak, but there's a motion to close, moved by Councilman Abdelaziz and second by Councilman Velez. Roll call, Madam Clerk, on the public portion.
Roll call to close the public portion of the Municipal Council meeting of Wednesday, February 14, 2024. Councilman Abdelaziz.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. So I just want to take a few minutes to go over some updates and some concerns that you're hearing throughout the city. Madam BA, I would like to, and to our Director of DPW, I know the criticisms rain real quick once the snow isn't plowed, but I want to commend DPW from our Director and all the employees for a job well done yesterday, right? It was a substantial amount of snow. You know, you're looking at 6, 7+ inches, and they did a fantastic job clearing snow. So kudos to the Director, because I know once the roads aren't plowed, the first people always come out the negativity. To the 6th Ward residents, I just want to give you an update on some of the parks that we have, the new parks. We are meeting with the engineers and the administration to hopefully get it up and running this spring once the weather goes, design phases for the new dog park and the new playground. And speaking of parks, on one of the nice days, I think it was Saturday, I was driving by Trenton Avenue and I saw a group of about 14 kids that had one of those makeshift volleyball nets, put them on the grass field in School 25, which I've never seen that happen before. And it shows you that improvement is taking kids off the streets, and just brought a smile to my face. Madam BA, the Recycle Coach app. I'm looking at my February schedule, right, for the 6th Ward. Recycling is the only thing on there right now. Garbage is not. The garbage schedule is not. Say that again? We call it? Good. I'm going to, the Director just said he called, so to residents, all residents, but this message is to the 6th Ward residents, please download the Recycle Coach app. I'm working hard. We're going to get the garbage schedule up there, the recycling schedule up there, and hopefully when we finalize some sort of bulk pickup consistency with that, it'll be up there. So it's a one-stop shop, and I want to commend the residents for being patient in actually downloading that app. I've been surveying the ward in regards to bulk pickup. I will continue driving around, and I will knock on your door, communicate with you, and let you know what the new procedures are. And speaking of door knocking, I am running for re-election. We are rocking and rolling. I will be knocking on your door. We already started. We started yesterday. Let's go. Let's go. You know, we started.
Members of the public, there's no rebuttal, please. You got your time. Allow respectfully, council member, to close the public portion.
We were out and about yesterday. There's no better way to talk to the residents when they were out cleaning their cars and shoveling their sidewalks and hearing the concerns. I've never stopped going door to door. Just when you see me, I will try not to knock on your door at 10:30 at night, but sometimes we continue knocking, right, Councilman McCoy? So if you see us open up, I want to hear your concerns. You want to address your concerns, and we're out there day in and day out. Thank you, Madam Clerk. My vote is yes.
Thank you, Councilman Abdulaziz. Councilwoman Cotton.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. I would just like to say to the audience that came out tonight, even though we were supposed to have the meeting last night, today is Valentine's Day. I want to wish everyone a happy Valentine. I'm not really a big holiday celebrating person. What I find is that, and I could have my own belief, that it causes us to spend money that we don't have, and it causes us to buy things that we shouldn't be buying. We need to take care of what we need to take care of. So, but I want to say happy Valentine's to everyone there. There's a couple of things, and the two ladies left, Jackie and her sister Joanne, they do have that dance ministry, and those young people are really, really, really good. If you just see them and perform, and I remember saying that we need to try to get our children back in church. I've gone to New Christian Tabernacle, packed. So many children were in church, just packed, and you love to see that, you know, because I think that people, sometimes our children need to understand, and I think right now some of them don't think that if they do something wrong, nothing's going to happen. It's like they're not afraid no more for some reason, and they need to get back afraid again. And also, Elvis, I said, what you said on Facebook, Elvis, you told people to come out here and announce your business or announce your nonprofit and let us know what you're going to do. And I was happy to see the two organizations come out here today, the Ministry for Our Children, and also we have Vern Williams, who has a organization called Praise Breast, which is, she was asking for donation. I want to also say to Dwayne, thank you for coming for the Black Panther. He's also in the ministry. You know, what I find is that people, you know, God is really important. Some of us do not believe in God, and you hear some people say they don't believe in God. But I know one thing is that God will provide. You may not see it right away, but He will. And I always say to people, just sit and be still, and you'll see it come. So you do get blessings, and I've learned in my life, when I get blessings, I know how to share my blessings. Because my ancestors say, you keep your hand closed, you're never going to get nothing in it. And so you have to open up your hand and bless other people with what you have been able to receive. I want to say to Rodney Addison, who came here, and he talked about trying to create our own community and try to create more stuff that we can do. Mr. Wells, I looked at that. We're going to have our director here. She's going to, once we start talking about it, she's going to be able to answer some of the questions. I just want to say also to, who was the last person that came on? But one thing I learned, and I heard someone, he talked about Project 2000. Project 2000 was from school number 6. And it was in the 2000. You followed these children from, say, 3rd grade up to 8th grade until they went to high school. My husband was part of Project 2000 with Dr. Fulmore. And right now, he has about, he tracked some of them. It was at least 20 of them that went on to college that are not engineers, that are now lawyers. And you know, I wish we could get a program like that back again, because we need to stick with children from kindergarten through 8th grade. Once they get to 8th grade, stick with them through high school. Because sometimes they need that extra person, they need that extra caring for them in their life. So I just want to say that Project 2000 was a wonderful project. My husband was part of Project 2000. The only thing is that one thing I've learned in my life is I don't disrespect nobody. I'm not going to talk about you. People, you cannot, and my ancestors would just not allow you to do some of the stuff, and especially to black women. You don't come after black women like that. My ancestors, and he better hope, not say hope, but they were like, how do you do that? And all these people here, you just want to talk about Mims and Cotton. Come on. That don't make sense. It really don't. That's hurtful, and for him to want to do that. And actually, when you really don't know us that well, to say that, you can't do that. You know, I'm not going to sit here and talk about none of my colleagues, because I'm working with all of them. And that's what we're supposed to do, work with every last one of our colleagues. And we can disagree and we can vote differently. We have that right to vote differently. We don't have to vote the same, but you don't get mad with me because we're not voting the same. I just believe differently than what you, or what I'm reading, or what I see. So I just want to say to you, everyone that came out, thank you for coming and observing, you know, and we have a lot to do. Yes, we do. But, you know, you can't think that, and we get so many calls, and thank you, Mr. Norris. We talked today, what, about 45 minutes. And that's what I'm saying. People want you to talk to them. They want you to pick up the phone. They want you to answer the phone. They want to be able to come down to the office. I called you.
Members?
All right, no, you left a message for me. That's why. You left a message. And one thing I will do, and my ladies over here know, I'm still old-fashioned. My message that I need you to write it down. Because I can't go look at my phone every 3 minutes to see what emails I missed from phone calls that I've gotten. So if I have a piece of paper in front of me, and sometimes I get to the office and I got 10 of them that people have called, and they just need answers, they just need something, they just need where to go. And we have to our director, DBW, we got to get that website going so people can do what they need to do for the bulk pickup. So with that being said, thank you. One thing I said, first of all, if you're going to be an elected official, you need to love what you do. If you don't love what you do, then you don't need to be sitting up here. Because there's too many people that call that don't have no idea where to go, who to call, what to do. They don't know anything. And it's up to us to find where they need to go. for the right information to get the right stuff. Because you know how hard it is to be switched from phone. Now, sometimes we'll switch from phone. But if I get the right one, then we're going to make sure we got the right one. And we need to help and support. When you call me, it's for a reason. You're not calling me just to be calling me. You're calling me because you're looking for some help. With that being said, Madam Clerk, thank you, Council President, all the council members, listening to me. Thank you, Councilman Jackson, Councilwoman Mims. It was an excellent Black History program. So I don't know what program he was looking at, because he sure wasn't looking at the one that we had. And we had calendars. We did. So we had an excellent Black History program. I mean, we actually have nothing left, Madam Clerk. Everything went. The books, the programs, the cups, the pens. We had some wonderful giveaways that we gave to our community for Black History Month. Thank you, Madam Clerk. With that being said, Madam Clerk, my vote is yes.
Thank you, Councilwoman Cotton. Councilman Jackson.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Before I begin, let me, full disclosure, put out a disclaimer. It was an absolutely phenomenal Black History program, and I take my hat off to both my fellow colleagues, Councilwoman Mims and Councilwoman Cotton. And just to be fully transparent, I had very little to do with it. They carried the weight, and they allowed me to take some credit, which I don't do. I mean, I'm full disclosure, I let people know exactly where I am with certain things, and they definitely carried the weight. They was on me. In fact, Madam Clerk, staff and Ms. Alexander was on me heavily about being punctual with my person who I was acknowledging. So with that being said, I don't want to shine in the light as hard as they were. They carried the torch on that event along with the clerk's office, so I take my hat off to them. And I thank them for allowing me to be a part of that. But with that being said, now focusing on some more pressing matters, there was a lot said tonight. And first of all, I want to put the spotlight on the recent study that was conducted at Brother Wells. I will be more than gracious to send you a copy of the study, which I have made public, and I will be speaking about this study at every single council meeting and every single live video that I do, because this study was put together to talk about the distribution, the inequitable distribution of funds, economic opportunities throughout the state of New Jersey, where the Black community throughout the state have been awarded 0.14% of state contracts statewide. Let me say that again. The Black community, in having access to public dollars, which is supposed to be fair and equitable, which is supposed to have minority set-asides, 0.14%. So those of us who took a basic math class, right, and if you had to round to the nearest number, what does that give you? Zero. 0.14% is equivalent as a whole number is zero, meaning that we had access to zero. And when you look at Paterson and how we level up with the state, we're right on par, right? So the stadium, we got some Black faces, but the majority of the work and the majority of the money that was spent was allocated towards non-minorities. We had 6 Paterson people, 4 Hispanic, 3 Black, that worked on $100 million of taxpayers' dollars in Paterson. Now, to my Latino brothers and sisters who think it's anything different, the Latino community received 1.6% of those contractual permissions. 1.6%, which collectively throughout the minority community is equivalent to $800 million over the last 5 years that we've been shorted out of. The Arabic community as well. We often fight against each other when we're sharing the same disparities. This disparity study, which I can forward it to whomever is interested in seeing it, proves. So when you talk about crime, when you talk about the conditions, all of it is exacerbated by the lack of economic inclusion. Millions, we're talking about hundreds of millions of jobs. Now, this administration and this mayor was happy to hold you up as a trophy at various events and functions, but yet we failed. It was the recommendation of the administration to allow for your responsible bid, and it was questioned by this council and requested to be pulled. I have to give Councilwoman Mims credit, who also toed the line, and you already know where I stand. Now, I was hoping that Councilman McCoy would not have left because he had been a tenured council person, and he can acknowledge, as Councilwoman Cotton, who has also been here for quite some time, we have on multiple occasions stepped past the first vote, which may have been the lowest vote, but deeming it irresponsible because we're looking at, to your point, the scope of work. But yet, for some reason or another, the moment this thing becomes publicly accessible, but see, in Newark, they found it not robbery. Roz found a way to make sure, through the same open public bidding processes. So, see, I don't allow people to give excuses. And me, I don't call it disrespectful to call a spade a spade. Either you carrying the line or you allowing our people to drown. And not providing a fight or access, because when you get a seat like this, your responsibility, requirement is to fight for your community to have access. And I could tell you, quite frankly, I felt very lonely in fighting for these things when it comes to these opportunities, these developers that's making handsome developers fees. We've had a developer come to the podium and say, Councilman Jackson, which the video is saved, it doesn't lie. You'll be happy to know this is my last project. Well, he didn't mention anyone else's name. But now people want to insinuate, listen, I have never, since I've sat on this council and I challenge anyone to challenge me on it, not one vote have I compromised. Not one has there been a quid pro quo. Not one has I said, oh, you know, I'll meet you halfway. If you do that here, I'll do this here. Never. And I've never required anybody to carry my water. Yeah, I was a star player, but I don't need a water boy for these kinds of instances. People come to the podium with their own assertions. I don't need to pay somebody to come forward and bring my agenda forward. I don't pull punches. Right? So, with that being said, to the gentleman who had some concerns about my illegal indictment. My man, you don't have to
Members of the public, there's no
Council
rebuttal.
President, I have it. You don't have to interrupt me.
No, I'm not interrupting you. As a council president, I have to bring the decorum.
You don't have to.
Just please continue, Councilman Jackson.
What you do is you bring more discourse. I'm sorry, sir. You had a moment to speak, and I'm just answering you back in what you requested. It doesn't require a rebuttal. If you want to have a conversation with me, I'm fully accessible 24 hours a day. So, being illegally indicted, waiting more than 5 years for this prosecution, false accusations. Let me tell you some of those who I share this platform with. The good brother Reuben Hurricane Carter, who was also falsely accused. falsely indicted, falsely charged, and jailed, incarcerated for 19 years. The current councilman in New York City, Brother Yusef Salam, who also part of the Central Park Five, who was falsely accused, falsely indicted, falsely charged, and found guilty, spent over 16 years in prison, only to be let out with a "I'm sorry." How about locally, the brother Isaac Wright, who studied law while he's incarcerated, only to free himself for being falsely accused? You're more than welcome to come to that microphone any day. But what I've been accused of is a matter of 4 ballots, and yet the Attorney General will not continue to bring his case forward against me. So you can carry that torch if you like to, but again, just like him, it is a false accusation. I never committed voter fraud. I never committed voter fraud. I don't run a vote-by-mail operation. I've never have. That was an all vote-by-mail election, and they went through there as an escort of the mayor's armed security guard, trying to cherry pick on residents, and yet they still don't want to bring that forward. Demanding access to my phone, so I should trust them. Should Isaac Wright have felt comfortable with trusting the system? Should Yusef Salam, should he say he should feel comfortable? Should Reuben Hurricane Carter, should he feel comfortable with relinquishing his passcode? So, excuse me, sir, brother, please be respectful. You have we have a process here. I'm answering you back. You don't have to speak over top of me. I never spoke over top of you, sir. Yet again, sir, I'm asking you respectfully to respect the process. Right? Oh, man. Some people. Yet again, absolutely. I said it on the microphone. I never do I speak and regret what I've said. Yet again, sir, my brother, you are ignoring the process. There is a process here that everyone is asking for you to respect. And as I respect your public right, your right to come to the microphone and voice your opinion however you see fit, I'm addressing you back. You have the right to come back to return again, but you should not, just out of respect for the process and how we should maintain decorum as respectful people, we should not be blurting out over top of someone else as they're speaking. But here you are yet again, my brother, yet again. I don't need your apology now while I'm speaking. You're continuously interrupting me. So relative to the council being comprised of great individuals that should not be called to the carpet, the fact of the matter is our community is in the condition it's in because of the actions of this council, whether individually or whether as a whole. When we have individuals passed over for opportunities for contracts and the council refuses to take action, what is that? So to make a claim that we make up a space of great individuals and then we ask for people not to be critical, we take these positions for people to be critical on our actions. And I've never had any issue with anybody that has come to the podium to be indifferent of any action that I've taken. I stand on that all the time. And quite frankly, you're a sports person. If we're putting together a team, the NFL, they don't go out and recruit subpar talent because they're talking about we're just looking for a great team. No, they recruit great individuals that perform night in and night out. And quite frankly, the sum of the individuals make up the sum of the whole.
Please wrap it up, Councilman Jackson.
Accountability, man. Accountability is real. So with that being said, Madam Clerk, my brother, I hope that you hang around for the vote on 52, and I can give you an example after example after example where these instances continue to happen. And once they stop, once we make sure that the economic equalization remain in our community, and we don't keep on carrying the flag for all these outside developers and outside contractors, calling them awesome and calling them great, the way we repair our community is by keeping the revenue and keeping the equity here. This is an example of that. So let's see who stands forward and stands firm for this. Madam Clerk, my vote is yes.
Thank you, Councilman Jackson. Councilwoman Mims?
So to the public that is present and to the viewing public, first of all, let me just say thank you for coming out, sacrificing your time and your energy, especially on a very frigid night. It's cold outside, it's snow, it's ice in some spots, and it's Valentine's Day, and you're spending your time with us. And I just want to commend you for that, and also watching, and I'm sure people will watch this on tomorrow. There have been many concerns, Madam BA, that were presented. So as always, please just follow up with the residents to make sure that every one of the concerns were answered. It was stated by a resident that we did not vote responsible when it came to the $4 million. And here's why I disagree. The $4 million that was voted on was for sewer lateral repair. These are emergency repair jobs. This is where from the main line to the curb, there's a backup. So if it doesn't get repaired, it's something that just happens. It's the small pipe. It's not the main sewer line, but it's the small pipe. That's what the lateral repair is. If it bursts or breaks, which happens, you have to have money available to repair it. So versus waiting, allowing there to be sewage backup and feces inside of people's homes, we're doing the responsible thing by making sure that there is a cushion of money based on past practice of what money has been spent in the past. When this item was presented to us, we questioned how much was utilized. So to be responsible, we made sure that that amount with a little bit of cushion money was available in the budget. So voting yes was the responsible thing to do. As a homeowner, taxpayer, and just as a resident, if a sewer lateral line or your sewer main breaks, you want to know that the council members are being responsible and voting to say, I voted to make sure that there is money allocated to repair that. I'm not going to vote no, so if it happens and then it doesn't get repaired, where do we get the money from? Then we have to come back to the council. There has to be a vote. You have to wait. So a lot of times when we're voting, even if you may not agree, I always tell people, come and get the facts, because there's conversations and then there are facts. The fact remains, we had a workshop, full lengthy discussion, then we went into the vote, which is always the next week. Our packages, we get them the Friday before. I read every item. If something I don't understand, I don't wait to come here. I call the directors. I call or send an email to the BA or Corporation Counsel, and then I come in with follow-up questions to the workshop, which is the responsible thing to do. But when I hear people say no one is doing the right thing because we vote yes, or you vote no on an item, it's not true. Sometimes people have difference of opinions, or it's just the way they choose to vote. But for me personally, I would rather see money aside or set aside so no sewage or feces are in your home. Who is going to vote against that? If something breaks, we out of the $4 million, and Madam BA, we need to get a list because we've already utilized money from the $4 million. Can you provide the list to the council and just to have it readily available so when people come to the microphone and make these statements or false statements that we can really educate them on what happens? For example, there was a sewer main break, I think it was on Main Street, right? We had to do a lateral repair. Sometimes it's at 2 o'clock in the morning, 3 o'clock in the morning. Some of us are asleep, some of us are at work, or wherever we are, right? We don't have time to come to the council and vote on that item. The money needs to be there so that DPW, the engineer, and the water company could come together and get it fixed. That's our job. That's the fiduciary responsibility of responsible legislators, to make sure that we proactively help your concerns. Secondly, when it comes to the issues and the concerns in the city, we cannot stop people from shooting. I asked the community to help. Some of these are your relatives, your family members, neighbors. See something, say something. Sometimes people are standing right at the vicinity of the incident and they say nothing. But you come to the microphone and you yell at the council members. We were not there and we were not the shooters. Drug addiction has been a systemic issue for a long, long time. They need help and care. But if you understand the drug addiction concern, in order for them to get help, they first have to acknowledge that they have a problem. Homelessness, another issue that's been around for a long time. It's not just in Paterson, it's everywhere. Should there be some remedies? And yes, we've been voting on things and they're out there, they're counting, they're doing a wonderful job. Have they taken care of everything? No, but it's a work in process. That's another issue. You have some people, we've been to them, we've asked them, come, 60 Temple is open. Tonight the temperature is below. 60 Temple, Riverside, Fifth Ave, it's open for people to go in the warming shelter. They don't want to go in there. They don't want to go. So how can we make them go? You can't force them to go anywhere. They have to want to get the help. We can put in programs, we can vote on stuff, the administration enforces this stuff, they come up with these plans, it's brought to us, and we vote to make sure that there are programs and processes in place to make our city better. Even if you don't like someone, you can't sit as a council person and fight the mayor every chance you get, even if you don't like him or her. You can't sit here and fight because you're never going to get anything done for the city, for your constituents, for your ward, or for the community. You have to find a way to collaborate and work together. It's called getting along and making things happen for the betterment of the community. It's important. This agenda, we have not even barely touched the surface. It is 10:20, and I'm going away. So I don't even know how we're going to get through this agenda because we've been here for a very, very long time, and we still probably have about 40 items left on the agenda, if not 40, a little bit more, right? And we have our directors here as well. So Paterson, I'll say this in closing. One, I don't have an issue with criticism, because you could criticize me all day. But I have an issue with disrespect. Very big issue. When you can compilate a letter written to highlight disrespect, to call me out, to say that I was the head of the Black History Program, not true. To talk about me, Councilman Cotton, there are 9 council members. You chose only to highlight 2 of the only African American females on the council? I have an issue with that. Why? That's election, that's another process. But my thing is, we have to, this right here should never be allowed, never. We should never be allowed to come. It's one thing if you're coming, we want you to do a better job, that's different. But when you write a letter and you pin it and you point out people's names with misinformation and lies and untruths, this is disrespectful, and it should never be allowed at any cost, no matter how you feel about somebody, whether you like them or don't. And some of this dislike is because of the, the mindset of what they think your future is. No one knows what tomorrow holds. You may not be here. I may not be here. None of us may be here. Any catastrophe could happen, and none of us are here. So we have to learn to get along today, because tomorrow is not promised. And if we don't learn how to do that, we're never going to get to the big picture. And so I want to say happy Valentine's Day to everyone. It's been a long night because I am going to be leaving shortly because I need to get my stuff packed because I am going away. But I want to say to everyone, happy Valentine's Day, and may you all have a peaceful night. And I'll say this again, let's keep building and stop battling. Madam Clerk, my vote is yes.
Thank you, Dr. Mims. Councilman Udine.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Good evening, Paterson, those who are watching us live and those who are here. Thank you and happy Valentine's Day. Hopefully you're enjoying your time with your loved ones. So many of our public shared their concern, and I'd like to address a few of them, especially about the smoke shops. And we all know that every day there's a new smoke shop adding to our city's list. This is happening as of now. And I just want to mention that, and I want to grab also our Corporation Council attention that with the assistance of a group of researchers from Montclair State University, they came up with a resolution which is very comparable to many other municipalities in New Jersey and many other states that is covering the smoke shops and also the vaping and electronic smoke licenses. As of now, those who are selling vapes or electronic cigarettes, they don't require to have a license or pay any fee, or there is no way you can control how many of the vendors selling the electronic cigarettes or vapes. And this is why so many underage children are occupying those electronic cigarettes and vapes. And I believe that with the new ordinance that the Corporation Council is working on can assist us to limiting the smoke shops in our city and also vaping products selling in our city. So I would request our council president that maybe in the next workshop session I would welcome the researchers from Montclair State University to come here and show their rationales that why they think this resolution should be passed, and they'll come up with and this is what I definitely will send an email to you, and by the time if Corporation Council is ready with the wordings and everything. So that's one thing we need to limiting the smoke shops in our city and also the vaping product that are selling without licenses, without paying any fees in our city. Second thing about the, Brother Tayshan, who also, I saw him sitting over here. So, council members, so we have 69 UZ blocks, I believe, in our city. And we just received an email. I'm not sure the council members whether got a chance to take a look at it or not from the company that we are going to accept. What's the name of it? 1852? Terrigo, yes. So they sent us some pictures and some of the explanation on how they are going to work in these EUZ corridors. I'm not sure that whether we need to table it back, and if you think it should be, then I think we have to compare and contrast between our own Patersonian who's put the bid, who worked for the city of Paterson before, and also the company that we bid way lower than our Patersonian one. I think we should have a comparative judgment that who do you think would do a better job on this purpose. So I would request whoever is responsible for this, the administration, I think can table this item back and reconsider this item again to whether it would be better for us to just welcome Wells Cleaning one more time to do the job. So this is my recommendation, but again, I request you to take a look at the email that we just received maybe a few hours ago from now. That's all I could cover. Again, thank you, Director Billy Rodriguez. Job well done. The last snowstorm. Again, every time I request any small person left, truck was there, was clean. People are extremely, extremely happy, and we commend you for the job well done. Thank you, Paterson. And again, I might see you next, Sunday in a coffee or conversation somewhere in some part of the city. With that being said, my vote is yes to close the public portion.
Thank you, Councilman Udine. Councilman Velez.
I just want to say I apologize to my wife. It's Councilman Mendez's fault to be here today. That's the first thing. You know, if I could entertain everything that comes here, I respect everybody that comes to the public portion. That's the free will that they have. Come here and express themselves. I cannot go against any of the public portion time, right? It's this free of speech they have. If they are right or wrong, I know I'm doing my work. And the people in my ward knows me, and they know that I'm real involved. In the attorney that I've been here, I could speak about my record of how to improve quality of life, how to make sure the community is engaged, how to make sure the community is okay, and my ward is running smoothly. So, you know, I could say a lot, but I want to take one subject. Mr. Ernest Rucker came forward talking about the smoke shops. This past week, I was tagged in an email, myself and other individual in the city, and that includes Mr. Michael Dorch, the gentleman that is the director of zoning department, you know, and also the planner of the city in regarding that. He did some recommendation regarding to amend the ordinance of zoning that include smoke shop. At this time, smoke shop are not in the zoning ordinance, and I forward that to Corporation Council to start working on a ordinance that will regulate smoke shops moving forward. Okay, so for my colleagues, when that comes into the committee, they will have the opportunity to know what is amended, how it's going to work, and the requirements to open smoke shop. When they open a smoke shop in front of New Roberto Clemente School, I got 12 schools in my ward. I always say I got more schools than anybody here in the council. I got 12 schools plus charters. So you imagine open smoke shop all the way around them, right? So when I say we, the corporate council is working on amending the zoning ordinance to include workshop with provision, with regulation, et cetera, and distance and everything. So, and amount of them that was going to be open in the city of Paterson. Also, we are working also to cap food trucks, amend the fees, location, and zones. It's not against business, is that we had to put order in the house, right? They call us to do that. When people call us giving complaint, it opens our mind to see what we could do on our side to legislate in behalf of the community. That's how we work, not to read nice statement on the podium and you know. I want to thank Black Panther. Hey, listen, I don't take nobody for granted when they come to the podium. You know, they community members. They got some aspect or other. They have good ideas. People come up here, and from whatever they say, we have to turn it into a positive idea. Black Panthers will come in and express himself, what his ministry is, and what he wants for Paterson. I have to give credit, but anybody that comes here to the podium and want to give positive thought, I cannot take it for granted. Somebody mentioned the podium, a public portion, about the lady that is sleeping in the bus shelter in front of Mary Street and Main Street. The Office of Human Services Director Joel Ramirez, he's here to attest on that. The caseworkers from his office, Passaic County Outreach, Sheriff Department, Paterson Police, St. Joseph Hospital have given her the resources, and she have denied it, all of them, When people put pictures out there, say, well, what we doing? Listen, we don't sit down, you just look at the picture. Some of those people have my phone number, and they just want to put the Facebook trauma, right? But we've been working, if I'm not mistaken, for the past 2 months, when the winter started, where we noted this lady, it was sleeping in the bus with a lot of her belonging. So we're not going to sit here and say, that's not my problem. But if we violated her rights, we got a problem. If she say no, we can't do nothing. She was removed from the bus shelter, and she was to take medical assistance, and they take her to St. Joseph. She refused from St. Joseph, got out of St. Joseph, and went back to the bus stop again. The Paterson police and everybody that have been giving assistance to the lady contacts her family, and they say the same thing. She don't want to get help. So, and still, it stresses us. Yes, it makes us feel bad because we want to help him, but people don't want to get the help. And that case is not only one. You go around the city, and we work with all of them, but if they refuse, what we could do, council person are aware of this when we are on an event for homeless and activity out there. They get the food, they go back under the bridge. They get the food, they go under the other place over there in the steps of the church. And we live in America, right? So, we cannot lock them up because they're just homeless. Mr. Irvin Durham, we acknowledge all your announcement and et cetera. Once again, community, we're here for you. For item 52, I'm going to make my statement when we are in the item. I don't want to violate any kind of rules that are already set forward, but when the discussion is open and we're going for vote on it, then I could make my statement on it and the item. So, Madam Clerk, once again, it's not my fault that my wife, at least if I find a McDonald's open after 12, it's okay, right? I'm not, right? Yeah. Just in case, I love you, my love. Happy Valentine's. My vote is yes.
Thank you, Councilman Velez. Mr. President.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. It's 10:33. I will try to be brief. Let me address some of the members of the community that came in front of the mic. First of all, today is Valentine. We were supposed to have our meeting yesterday, but due to a legal matter, we choose to, and I follow our recommendation of our Madam Clerk and legal, to have the meeting today, because yesterday City Hall was closed, and by having the meeting yesterday, we'll be disenfranchising the community to come into the chamber and have a discussion and go on a public portion. This is democracy 101. And first of all, let me just say thank you to Ronnie, the great event at the Paterson Museum. Keep speaking positive about the things that happen in Paterson and things that we could do. Jacqueline Williams, and thank you for the ministry that you're doing with our children. I mean, there's a lot of great things happening in Paterson. And to Sean, I met you when you started your company, when you came into Paterson, when you start with your company, when you start the pilot program in the city of Paterson. You are Paterson. You have our full support. I look at this legislation 52, and when I saw, the same bit specification, same specification, but the difference too huge that we got to go over, we got to look deep into. And we're going to, in a minute right after, we're going to get into item 52. We definitely have to review, double check that, and we're here to support our community, and we're here to do the right thing for Paterson. But it's hard. Sometimes we speak so negative about our city that we refuse to see the positive things that happen in the city of Paterson. And we prefer to bash people and say that we're doing things on our own. And just because you're fighting all the time and going against everybody, it doesn't mean that you're making progress. It doesn't mean at all that you're making progress. In order for you to get something done, you have to be able to sit on the table and have a discussion with the administration and go over with the administration, with the director, with all the department head. You have to be able to sit on the table. Don't follow that and don't listen to those people that say, oh, I'm the only one working. That's not true. In government, you cannot do nothing alone. And I'm sitting here, I have a lot of passion for my city. There's a lot of good things happening in our city. The people that we have in our community, we have so many great kids, great students in our school system, great business owners, people that really care about this community, people that wake up every morning to do the best they can to have our city in the right place, in the right direction. And I believe that, and I'm gonna stay on the positive side all the time. I definitely want to stay on the positive side. It's election time, let's be ready. As a council president, all I'm asking the speaker to be respectful with the governing body, be respectful with the public, and use your 3 minutes effectively. I cannot stop any person, and as you see, I could receive any attack. That's not a problem. They're free to make their statement on the 3 minutes, and after 3 minutes, the council have the right to respond back. But there's people that even refuse to respect the time when council members speaking. That's not the Paterson that we want to show to the state of New Jersey, to people that are watching us in Texas, Ohio, and many other places. That's not the Paterson that I know. That's not the city that I live in. Even though some people want to be on the mic and be disrespectful and disrespect everybody and lie, misinforming the public, that's not the city that I know. That's not the city that I live in. I knock on doors every day. And those that know me, they know that I'm not a good or fundraiser, but I'm good campaigning. I know almost everybody in this city. I knock on doors and I see how many great people live in the city of Paterson. And President Obama said, when you go low, we go high. I'm going to close in by this. I'm excited. I want to say thank you to all the Paterson Third Ward residents for the great support that I'm receiving. I'm already certified to be your candidate in the Third Ward election. I just want to say thank you, and I'm excited. I'm a fighter. God is great, and I'm always running my record. I'm always running what I have done in the city of Paterson on this position, and my goal in the next 4 years that I'm planning to serve as your Third Ward councilman. That's my goal. I know I could make my city better. I know I have a lot to give to the city, and I'm the type of person that I could sit down at any table. You don't have to like me. I don't need to like you. You don't have to get along with me. But we have something in common, and it's that we have to fight for our city. So this is a best example. I'm so frustrated with what happened with the new ball pickup right now, and the director knows, Madam BA knows about it, but we're saving a significant amount of money. I don't want our taxpayer to pay more taxes, so I have to deal with the situation. I told the VA, no, I don't agree. I agree that we should create route and organize the Department of Public Works to do the pickup on a scheduling time the same way as the recycling. That's my opinion. That's my idea. I spoke with administration. They don't agree on that because the cost is going to be way more. Now we adding an additional truck. We hiring an additional staff, Paterson resident, to take care of the phone. I'm working with the administration. I'm driving around the Third Ward and some other area that I pass by that is not the Third Ward. I call the director. You got to pick up here. You got to pick up there. I make my own sign. I'm knocking on doors, informing the public, making sure that they know the process. That's what we need to do, because together we could have a better Paterson.
Yes, a better Paterson.
Together we could have a better city, trust me. But make sure, pay attention to those people that are willing to work with everybody. Pay attention. But at the end, let me just, council member, take this time to congratulate somebody very special. First of all, my wife, happy Valentine's Day, my love. I'm here doing the people's work. But there's somebody so special in my life, and it's my daughter, Maya Mendez. Maya Mendez, she was announced the nomination to be on the National Society of Leadership and Success at Howard University in Washington, D.C. Congratulations, my love. We love you. Paterson love you. And that's my daughter, who is in medical school in Howard. So congratulations. Just keep fighting, baby. And let's pray for our city, and definitely let's work together, because there's a lot of work to be done. And if we don't sit together, we're not going to be able to accomplish what we have. And this is one of the best cities in the state of New Jersey. We just got to make it better. My vote is yes, Madam Clerk.
Thank you, Mr. President. The votes are 7 yeses, 2 absences. The public portion of the regular meeting is hereby closed.
Thank you. So, Councilwoman Mims need to go to the restroom. So let's take 3 minutes. Let's take 5 minutes break. So if there's any council member back there, because we definitely have to continue with the agenda. So And if we have 3 council members, so
Yeah, man.
check Madam Clerk if we don't have anybody else
I
there.
want to see at least a pizza place is open.
They're not? No? Okay, so we could take,
Oh, no,
yeah,
hold on,
let's take 5 minutes break. Rafael, so we'll take 5 minutes break. You need to use the restroom, Council? Perfect. Thank you, Rafael. Paterson resident and members of the public, we're back on the council with this regular meeting. So, Madam Clerk, let's move on item 56, Madam Clerk, Public Work.
Yes, Mr. President. Item number 56 is a resolution authorizing the award of contract to Rich Tree Service, Inc. for tree trimming, pruning, and removal services for the Department of Public Works.
So
Public
moved.
Works Resolution 2403.
So moved.
Moved by Councilwoman Mims, second by Councilmember Les. Roll call, Madam Clerk, on item 56.
Roll call on item number 56 for adoption. Councilwoman Cotton.
Yes.
Councilman Jackson.
Before I vote, Council President, I would think or hope you have the gentleman sitting here all night. We're already talking about closing this meeting down early. I don't understand why we just didn't take item number 52 now while he was still waiting here. And I understand the director's waiting. But if these items are all these items are gonna be moved, tabled to the next meeting, the gentleman should not have to wait for the next meeting to hear a response from the council. He sat here, he spoke to the public portion, he's been waiting for an answer. That's incredibly inconsiderate, but Madam Clerk, my vote is yes.
Thank you, Councilman Jackson. Councilwoman Mims.
So, I love our director. So, two things. First and foremost, I want to thank Director Rodriguez and to Madam BA. One of the concerns when this was first presented to us that the dollar amount was low, and I wanted to ensure that an assessment was done across the city to do more trimming. So I'm happy to see that we've increased it to not to exceed $400,000. So with that being said, based on the increase, I can support it. Secondly, Council President, I did hear you say that we will take item 56 and 52. That's what you said, that we'll do both of those in that order. So thank you for that. But Director, to you and your guys, you killed it. Thank you for making sure. And you know, I wish sometimes the appraise or the applauds are as great as the criticisms. When it comes to cleaning the streets and doing the snow and doing these jobs, I would love to see how on social media, you didn't get my street, you didn't get this street. I would really love to see that, and I know some of you probably don't care about it, but I would love to see the community just take one day to say, DPW, we appreciate what you did in the snowstorm. And I just wanted to say that, and hopefully people are watching and they'll start shouting you out on social media. Madam Clerk, my vote is yes.
Thank you, Dr. Mims. Councilman Velez.
The community started shouting out and giving thank you to DPW, and then we all started doing the same thing. I want to thank the committee for always lifting up DPW. The DPW committee, well, always, we all lift up, but we always work together to make it happen. Those that are 4 o'clock in the morning out there, you know, dealing with snow and storm. Director, I know, it's my understanding that, I know we're not going to go back and we're going to vote, but understanding that priority of this contract is to take the jobs that are not permitted by DPW to go over the wires, you know, et cetera, you know, electrical wires. So make sure those trees are under the electrical wires, you know, you know, and clear them because they could create more damage, especially to properties if they fall down or whatever. Saying that, I'm satisfied with the $400,000 increase on it. Thank you, Councilwoman Mims, for always lobbying for this. My vote is yes.
Thank you, Councilman Velez. Mr. President.
Thank you, Councilwoman Mims. Everybody here that we will take care of item 56 and 52, and you still have council member making negative remarks. My vote is yes, Madam Clerk, on item 56.
Thank you, Council.
Thank you,
And Director,
Mr. President.
and thank you, Director. Great job, Director, on the removal of snow and the bulk pickup. Let's keep working on that. Council member.
The votes are
Yes, Madam Clerk.
5 yeses, 4 absences. Item number 56 is hereby adopted.
Now, council members, on item 52, bear with me for a minute. We all hear the comment on item 52. I respectfully requesting this item to be tabled and be discussed at the next workshop. I do believe that it's not responsible to take action on this item. If you look at the same scope of work, the lowest bid, the company Talarico Building, the bid was $159,663. Second well cleaning, $380,000. We have the difference of $220,337. The same scope of work. That really concerns me. I'm respectfully asking, Madam Clerk, let's remove this item. Let's bring this item to workshop, and let's have a discussion about that.
Council President.
Councilwoman Mims, right after Councilmember Les. Councilwoman Mims.
So to the viewing public, last week in workshop, that was my request, to remove it. Based on, one, I remember a few years ago advocating for performance evaluation reviews to be attached to all of contracts that are awarded in the city. That has been done. So for us to have that in place and not to have a review or a report attached to the work of a company that had been previously doing the work, that was concerning. Two, I asked for the rubric that was used to score these particular companies that were presented to us through the RFP process. I didn't see that as of yet. And I also wanted to know who were the people that scored. I understand when we say lowest responsible bid, the first bid was like $178,000 and went to $380,000, and everybody else was like $400,000 or $500,000. But based on the fact that Paterson is 8.5 square miles, right, in totality, but the area, say it's 10 to 12 blocks, it still requires uniforms. It still requires a working schedule. It still requires people to do the job. It still requires a great scope of work. So I am requesting that the specs be updated and reviewed, not just to table it. We need to update and amend the specs so it can go back out to bid, because it would not be responsible on the council's part to remove it and to bring it back. I think you have to, in order for us to stay within the realm of legality, we have to remove it, maybe amend the specs to ensure that there are some specific requirements that we're asking in pertaining to this. I absolutely agree, Council President, it should be removed. I stand in support of that. And so thank you for making the request to remove it.
Thank you, Councilman Velez.
So, one thing is our wishes, and one thing is what the law says, okay? If whatever you guys are requesting, colleagues are requesting, is going to change the procurement process, it's totally different. The law is the law. And it's my understanding, reading this resolution, that 9 vendors pick up the package, 6 of them submitted, and when they open it, they find there who was the responsible bidder. Now, if it's not, they'll go back and forth, or you did this, you did that. They open the package, they find out in that day. Now, the whole process of this item was done correctly. That the number don't like us, we don't like the number, it's a total different thing. We could go tomorrow and do this all over again without justification, and here comes a low bidder with 130 or 120. But if they follow the process by law, there's nothing we could do. Now, there's closures after is already awarded that it could be held accountable, and then it could be resent, it could be taken off, and it could be probably rebid again based on the finding. But to comply with the law and the procurement process that was done, we need to take action. We need to take action. We need to take action. Now, the action means, let's be real, the action means everybody with a vote, everybody gonna put their vote on the table, and then good luck. Right now, that I understand a process when it comes up to bid and et cetera. I don't want to be myself, be in court for to hold a process
If we take.
that it was,
No.
that was already processed already.
If I may,
Now-
counsel, just to provide some clarity.
Just 1 second, Director.
Now, Director, if you want to bring some clarity, what I'm saying is okay. Then you give me more strength than to table it. But what I understand about it, this went through 3 processes already. Is the understanding that still the low bidder came forward. So if you have something else to say that I could clarify my statement, then probably we could table after that, but.
Correct. So.
Okay, so, go ahead.
Okay.
Go ahead, Director.
Well, first, good evening, everyone. Happy Valentine's Day. Just to provide some clarity as to what is actually happening. This was done through a sealed bid, which is different from an RFP process, which requires a scoring criteria and a different scoring rubric that you're having to follow, and then score and rank each and every participant. Because it was done in a sealed bid, there's a specification sheet that each vendor is provided that they must submit a bid to. That bid is then turned into the city to the procurement office, where it's then opened, and at that time, they're going through each and every submission. The procurement officer, who is a licensed QPA, is then looking at all of the requirements to see if they meet that. This bidder did meet that. And so they came in as the lowest responsible bidder based off of our procurement laws. And if you look at the bid package, which each vendor had an opportunity to complete, the bid specification, it states, if you look at the notice to bidders, the Municipal Council of the City of Paterson reserves the right to consider bids for 60 days after receipt thereof. An award will be made to the lowest responsible bidder in accordance with applicable law.
Okay, so Director, before I pass the floor to my council colleague, let me just explain to you what is the reason why I'm recommending this item to be tabled, to go back, and if we need to go out to bid, let's go out to bid. Let me just tell you, I own a management company, so I do real estate, right? If I'm on a bidding process and the scope of work is the same, 5 companies participating, I'll be assuming that we own it's the same business. You will have different numbers, but look what you have here, right? The lowest bidder was $159,663,000, $220,000 different from the second, third, and fourth. Now, if you go to the second, the third, and the fourth, the only difference on number is between the second and the third, $36,000, the third and the fourth, $49,000, which just makes sense. Those numbers, that different makes sense. 220,000 on the same scope of work doesn't make sense. It looked like they're bidding on 2 different projects that have nothing to do with one another one. Now the second, third, and fourth, you see that 36, 40, it makes sense. All I'm asking my council colleagues to go back. If we need to go out to bid, let's do it. If that, it's not going to affect the process. All I'm looking for is to make sure that the city gets the best company to do the job, and that we give a fair chance to the company that is here. That's all we're requesting. Now, the fear that I have with this project is that sometimes we choose the lowest and responsible bidding, but later on they come back to us asking us for more money to increase, and at the end we're going to end up to pay way more money than the second company that bid on the project. That's my biggest concern.
We never had a company that was cleaning that came back.
So with that being said, right after Councilman Jackson, Council Cali, I don't think it doesn't hurt nobody for us to go back into the workshop and have a discussion about this. I do believe that numbers don't lie. If you just do this math, it's simple. I mean, the second, third, and fourth, the difference between $36,000 and $49,000. The first and the second was $220,000. It looked like they bidding on something
totally different.
in 2 different projects.
Right.
It doesn't even make sense, and that's my business experience tell me that. And all I'm asking is for us to go deep into this project and see what we're gonna get for this amount of money that we'll be paying, Director.
No, understood. And so the vendor did provide a breakdown in terms of what it is that they will be supplying. And just for the record, I think it's crucial to note that the vendor has 39 years of experience. They employ 170 employees. They've worked on similar projects in similar areas with the same amount of staff that they're looking to provide. So there is somewhat of a compelling argument that the bid specs were sent out. Granted, we do have a preference for Paterson residents. However, with the sealed bid process, it does not take that into account.
No, and Director, by no means I'm disqualifying the company that was the lowest bidder. All I'm looking at is that the number and all the five companies that we have here, 4 of the company are similarly close, one up, one down about this specification. The company that have the bid, there's 220,000. It look like they're bidding is something totally different, not related with what the other company are bidding on, and that's really have to concern me with my business background. So all I'm asking is let's table this item, let's go back into the workshop, and if we have to go out for a bid, and if they come out as the lower and responsible bidder, but be my guest, but I think that we have to do our job in the council, based on the difference that we have on the number,
No, understood.
right?
You Jackson,
So,
you want to say something? Go ahead.
Councilman Jackson?
Thank you, Council President. First of all, let me start by apologizing to you, Brother Wells, your family, your employees. I have voted on many occasions on items where we did not take the lowest bid because we felt that it was irresponsible. Yeah, it may have met the bid specs, but we have done it on multiple occasions before. And you can consult with former council people where we have. There's people who have quoted but the law, but yet have not told you what that law is. Point that law out, right? Not by an assertion or an assumption, but by the statute, so you can read it for yourself. Because as I'm reading this law right here, with regard to an accusation that was made earlier, I don't see anything with regard to the early voting. I don't see anything thus far in the provisions of the state statute that prevents us from maintaining what we've already had. So that's just an example. Most importantly, did you have these issues in Newark when you had to go to Newark first to be awarded? And this is exactly the same as I've said in the workshop. That's why they don't want these workshop meetings televised. So they could duck behind it, then come out here in front of the public televised sessions and act as if they're voting in favor. We don't need to table this item. We can simply make an amendment to the action and take action tonight to award you the contract. And if there's an issue, let that be taken up then legally, because we can say that, yet again, did you hear me speak over anybody talking? And again, we have voted on numerous occasions on items that we voted on the second potential bid because there was such a disparity in the cost factoring. It's common practice, but around here, when things are trying when the wheel's trying to be turned in a certain way, you'll see people say, we got to follow the process. It's not me, it's the law. But yet, you never have these problems anyplace else. So again, my apologies to you, because sending this back out to bid, guarantee you that supposed responsible bidder would change his pricing by more than $100,000. And then what is that saying about his previous responsible bid? We can guarantee that. We already know what's going to happen. The writing is on the wall. But what's irresponsible is the actions of this body. And it's going on over and over again. Now,
Thank you, Councilman.
I'm not done. I'm not
Yes,
done.
but it's
He wanted-
midnight.
he
It's
wanted-
midnight.
He
so-
wanted to
I'm
us
not
to
done.
break
I
the law.
didn't say anything
No, you
while
speak
anybody
for
else
hours,
went
and that's the
on.
reason why
I
we
did
cannot
not
finish
speak
the
for
agenda.
hours. I did not speak for hours. I'm still speaking. Please refrain from interrupting.
He wants us to break the
Because
law.
as you talk about, as you hear people comment on how we need to talk nice about what's going on, they must not be viewing what's happening in our city. Because there's nothing nice that's happening here. As we're being notated as being one of the worst communities in the state, it's not just somebody's viewpoint. It's the reality. And it's happening by actions taken by this council. So this is just another example of irresponsible actions by irresponsible people. And again, I apologize to you.
So Patterson, let me
No,
just,
let me,
we are about to
Council
be without quorum because we have council members that speak for hours and they feel offended if you tell them, please wrap it up, like you, Councilman Jackson. Now, members of the public, you don't have to be a lawyer for you to understand that we have Resolution 52 to award the contract to a different company. What Councilman Jackson said, no, that we could change that and give it the award, the contract to a new company. What is this? It's so shameful, so disrespectful. Madam Clerk, this item will be tabled for the next workshop. Motion to adjourn this meeting.
Council President, I asked you.
Move by Councilman,
No,
make
wait a
your
second.
comment, make your comment at the end. Move by
No.
Councilman Velez,
Okay.
second by Councilwoman Means. Roll call to close this meeting. I do apologize, Councilwoman, make your comment at the closing of the meeting.
I
Roll
got
call,
other stuff
please.
I need to talk
Roll
about.
call to
Yeah.
close the regular meeting of Wednesday, February 14, 2024. Councilwoman Cotton.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Since I couldn't speak about wells cleaning, as some of my concerns was, and I spoke to Madam BA today, I have not sat up here and vote on a contract that was $220,000 difference. I have not. So if somebody can find it that I did, find it, because I have not. Now, maybe the contract is $25 million, and then the next bid is $26 million, but not no $220,000 difference. My only concerns, and my concerns was, you know what, you said you don't be, now come on, Councilman, come on. No, but when I look at the scope of work, it's nothing. That's what I'm saying, it's nothing. It don't tell you how, I'm talking.
So,
The scope of work don't even say how many employees. They don't say, they don't say, to me, it's not your fault. And I'm not saying that it is. I'm saying this is so vague for the specification that they're requiring, and maybe you added more stuff in there, I don't know. But this specification doesn't have much. And my concerns was the unbalance of the bid. It was $220,000. You know, you already got your business certificates. You already had that. My thing, also, you should also have, when you're looking at a bid, instead of us voting to remove this, to voting for it to be down, what's the name of this company? They're gonna have us in court tomorrow. And that's why Councilman Mendez said, let's remove it, and we have to revisit it. Because if we vote on this contract and we cannot give it to you, we will be in court tomorrow. Because when I look at the specification, this is nothing. It's not asking you nothing. It's not telling you to do anything. Making sure you got the quarters, the 60-something quarters, whatever it is, blocks or whatever it's supposed to be. Right, but I'm looking at this and you had this. Right, yeah, but it don't tell you much. It don't tell you how many employees you gotta have. It don't tell you, it said working from 7:30 to 3:30. And it says, why are they so worried about break time? Well, why is that in the bid? Like when you take your lunch, when you take your break, why is that so in there? You gotta buy uniforms, you gotta buy the logo. Why is it, everybody should know you should have uniforms. Sweep and pick up. It's so vague in here. This specification is so vague that it should be in more details to me for this. And that's why when he said, let's just remove it for now and see how they can come back with maybe a different specification, I don't know what they can come back with, but it should be something different. This specification, this bid to me, It doesn't really ask for much. It don't ask you to do a whole lot, seem like to me. I'm not sure how many streets it is. That's what I'm trying to say. To me, the first thing you look at is, when you look at a bid, you look at how unbalanced it is. Unbalanced that it is. So that's what I'm looking at, that it's so unbalanced. You got everything. You said you got your certificate. You got your business certificate. You have all of that. You got, my main concern is, too, was prevailing wages. I wouldn't know people paying nobody $10 an hour, and they're supposed to pay $16. And then now the only way you can file it, you got to file a complaint to make sure they're paying prevailing wages. That should be already, to me, that should be already included in there, to make sure that prevailing wages are being paid. To me, those are some items that should be in there. So he made the recommendation that we removed it. And I said that before, we need to remove it and figure out what we need to do. Thank you. Oh, I'm not finished. We closing now. I'm sorry.
Your vote, Councilman.
I know, I'm so sorry. And he didn't let me speak when it was time for me to speak, but I understand. I'm not gonna keep going on. I do want to wish everybody a happy Valentine's Day again. I just want everyone to know that I am running for 4th Ward City Council. And like I said before, you'll be surprised. I come to this office every day. Every day. There's so many things that is happening that what I find is that people want to be able to talk to someone. Whether it's, I don't show my director, I don't know how many texts I got already for people not cleaning up in front of their house. You got garbage all in people's yard. I just sent him so many texts. So we all have to be mindful of that we do. I do want to say that, people just need to understand, and if you need help, you need to understand somewhere, then that's what we need to do. And I just want to mention, too, about the sewer lateral. I voted no on the sewer fees because I got to pay the same amount. I got 4 people living in my house, and the house next to me got 12, and we have to pay the same fee. We should pay by the volume that we use to me. How much do I use? How much water do I use? Those are things to me are important, but I had a bad sewer break on Broadway and East 23rd Street. I think they were there for like a month. I think that cost was $500,000 to fix that. They were there for over 30 days to fix that big problem that they had there. So we do have quite a few sewer main breaks and also now we're having a bunch of water main breaks. And sometimes if you see something, you see water bubbling in the street or you see little puddles, sometimes it's because the water line broke or it cracked or something. With that being said, everyone out there, happy Valentine's Day. Stenographer, thank you. Madam Clerk, Joan, BA, Corporation Counsel, and also to my council colleagues. Like I said before, I'm not a big holiday person because we find that we spend money that we shouldn't have to spend or we shouldn't be spending. With that being said, to you all out there in TV land, thank you for watching us tonight. Anything that we've said that we haven't done, I just want to remind everybody again, I'm partnership with Interfaith, and we're having an art and essay contest, which would be at the museum. Last year, we got over 600 entries. What I like about this one is that we give out cash prizes to our children with arts and essay. We go from 3rd grade up to 12th grade, high school. So it's really, we want to get kids more involved in doing activities and doing different things. I know that, and if you guys ain't busy this Friday night, Friday afternoon, 12 o'clock at the Fabian Dinner, Darryl Jacobs is one of our Patersonian guys who is now a sportscaster with ESPN. Fandel, he was in Las Vegas for the Super Bowl. He did some analysts for NBC, CBS. He done did them all with sports, ESPN. So if you're free on Friday at 12 o'clock, anyone out there, please go to the Fabian Dinner, and you'll see Senator Wimberly, Darryl Jacobs. He's bringing an ESPN guy in. He's been an NBC guy and a sports analyst for you to come. So with that being said, Madam Clerk, my vote is yes.
Thank you, Councilwoman Cotton. Councilman Jackson.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Brother Wells, what I'm going to share with you is one of the previous garbage bids where it was a bidder that was well under, and it kept being returned. Kept being returned. I have copies of it. I'll send it. I will share that with you, and I will. I'm reaching out to Councilman Morris and previous council members. I will get to you exactly. I'm going to find them, the ones that we voted on in the past. You didn't have the issue in Newark. I mean, it's obvious. It's obvious. But, you know, people get offended when they're called out for their ineffectiveness. But that's okay, because I'm going to continue to do what I have to do. Change orders are obvious. Relative to the sewer, right? Another item that I did not support. I didn't ask the gentleman to come here. He came here and brought up a point which none of them answered the question. Which areas was repaired that have now resulted in a non-flood area now, right? So we do things, this council, we chose to support the administration in voting and on the affirmative on the sewer tax. We have people, and Councilwoman Cotton, I mean, you should be aware of this. We have people, if you have a two-family house, you're paying $380 per unit for a two-family house, for your sewer. It doesn't matter how much volume you use. Okay, $370, $380, a $10 differential. But the people who have 12 units or 30 units or even 6 units, they're paying as low as $69 per unit. So how are we exactly? We're making it so easy for the large-scale developers. They're not getting taxed the same as those of us who own 1 and 2 and 3 family homes. So now you have instances where, Madam BA, I'm bringing this to your attention, Corporation Counsel, I know that there was a legal opinion written on this, and I apologize because I should have brought this forward. At the next televised meeting, I'll make sure I bring it forward again. If you have one sewer bill, one water bill, one sewer line, but let's say if you have townhouses and they're broken up into three of them where there's 6 units on one bill, they're charging each individual building individually for the same bill.
They're charging the 6 buildings. I mean, they got 6 apartments in one building.
They have 6 apartments where another person that has 6 apartments in one building is paying by volume. So they may be paying, this is sewer, Councilwoman.
All right, the debate of the sewer.
All right. Listen, man, please be quiet. Stop heckling. This is sewer that's being built by volume. The houses that have 4 or less units, it doesn't matter commercial, these are residential units. If they have 4 or less units, they're being charged a flat fee for each unit. And if they have 5 or more, they're supposed to be paying on volume. But if they break that 5 or more down, and if it's 2 buildings on one site, and one space is housing 3 and the other is housing 5, which is 5, they should be getting billed on volume, on a different criteria. They're saying no, because it's 2 separate buildings, we have to bill you as if you had 3 or 2 units. There's 1 water meter, 1 sewer connection. I'll show you the information. I'll show you the information. Well, I'm glad he's in a rush. I'm going to just take my time. It's just people want to be disrespectful and continue to talk over me, so I'll just do what I have to do. So, yet again, to the public, the irresponsibility of what's happening here. The $110 million in which we have never had accountability for. Now, the article comes out in the paper, and you got individuals talking about, oh, I anticipated this, but yet they voted in the affirmative for it. People saying, oh, We needed it refurbished, but we allowed them to extract all this money, $110 million, out of our community. Fifth Avenue project, $100 million extracted out of our community. Developers making $20, $30 million in developers' fees, while these council members right here continue to vote in the affirmative for those actions. The buck stops right here. If the council is not being responsible, then what can we expect? We expect this. And this the ignorance that we hit right here. This the ignorance. He can't hold his water. And it would be more responsible for them to prove factual context where I'm wrong at. But instead, we heckle like little children. Because this the kind, and to the public, as we move into this new election season, look at what we have here. Look at it. Be responsible, because if the Fifth Ward council person returns, that means the community is not concerned about making things better. For those that make accusations about you got to get along, no. If something is wrong, you cannot just get along and just vote for it because we got to get along. That's not what we're here for. We're not here to get along. We're here to do what's best and what's right for the community. Let him vacate. I'm going to continue till he does. Because once he does, the meeting has come to a halt. So I assure you, you'll have that information tomorrow. Madam Clerk, my vote is yes.
Thank you, Councilman Jackson. Councilwoman Mims.
So Paterson, we are exactly 3 months away from the election. You're going to hear a lot of befuddle.
Yes.
A lot of fluff about what was done, what was not done. Check the record. Everything that was done was not bad. Hinchcliffe Stadium was a great idea. First and foremost, economic revitalization grant dollars have been given out all over the state. It is free dollars to revitalize your community that is not a part of taxpayer dollars. That money has been available for decades. And it took our Congressman Pascrell, Senator Nellie Poe, Assemblyman Benji Wimley, and Assemblywoman Sumter to lobby, bring those dollars, and we applied for the first time in decades to get those $138 million of tax credit dollars. Free money. So to say not to vote for that would be ludicrous. It was free dollars. Everyone over the state, I will never forget Assemblywoman Sumter at Kennedy High School, almost in tears, saying how sad it is to sit on the state level and to get the applications, and it was never Paterson. So for us to sit here and know that look, when we say, oh, we support them, but then when we come here and vote no, it's hypocritical. Because it is free dollars to revitalize our community. You may not agree with everything, but we had an opportunity, because it was not a 1-2 vote. You had an opportunity to advocate, to fight for some things, to expand the project and do many things, which a lot of us did. And now I saw for the first time, the Ecuador was here. They had a soccer game. It was packed beyond capacity. Why would we not want to revitalize our historic landmarks? And guess what? It is a national African-American landmark, to be exact. So to take jabs at people because they voted yes, because you chose to vote no, that's your choice. I'm glad to see it revitalized. My mother walked on the fields, the first graduating class to walk on the fields of Hinchcliffe. I was on East Side Marching 100. I'm glad to see over 30 years later it's revitalized. That's why we're here, Paterson. We're here to make things better. You may not always agree, you may not always like it, but I'm not going to sit here amongst my colleagues and take jabs. I'm better than you, I'm the only one doing. That doesn't help. That doesn't help us as council people. doesn't help the community that is watching us. As a matter of fact, is disrespectful to us as colleagues, because everything takes a vote of 5 and/or 6. You can't do nothing by yourself. I don't care unless you go out and change a light bulb. You can do that by yourself. But on this side of the dais, you need other council members. That's what you should take a look at. Take a look at the times people voted no on the things that were really good for the community. That will surprise you, to look and see the things that were advocated on behalf of different areas in the community when others would not take a stand or support it that benefited the community. It's one thing to say, I did something, but it's another thing not to give credit where credit is due. Are there some things we could complain about? Yes. Do I choose to complain? No. We have to come together to build this city together. I'm not up here to fight with nobody. As a matter of fact, excuse me, as a matter of fact, I miss Valentine's Day to take care of the city's business, not to sit here and to bash someone or to be disrespected by anyone in the community or on this side of the dais. We have to get it together and we have to do better. I'm not going to allow anyone to call me ineffective because I challenge your response of how I vote for the community and for the people because you choose to vote otherwise. Never going to happen. Mims ineffective will never be in the same sentence. I'm putting that on record. Madam Clerk, to everyone, Valentine's Day is almost over, but happy Valentine's Day. I will be traveling, going on vacation. I'll be back next week. I'm praying for a safe journey as I go to see my daughter and my grandbaby. Council President, thank you for pushing everything to the following week because it's 12 o'clock midnight. It's time to go home. We missed Valentine's Day. We came down here to be disrespected and to be called out of our names. I think it's appalling. Madam Clerk, my vote is yes.
Thank you, Dr. Mims. Councilman Velez?
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Council President, thank you, to try to maintain this meeting in order. But, and Councilwoman Mins just stated now about Hinckley Stadium. I will not regret my affirmative vote for Hinckley Stadium. You know why? The community was asking to revitalize the Hinckley Stadium. They want to see something there. To say that the youth is not using it, that the school is not using it, that's a lie. They're using it. There's a schedule for them. There's a schedule for the public, and there's a schedule for promoters. And they put together the whole organization. Mr. Wells is part of that cleaning crew also. He was happy to see that full, and he was happy also to clean it with proud, because he said, we want another event. Everybody that was speaking there, talking about the event, they was happy to see that event there. The vendor, the people that sell the hot dogs and whatever, 3 months without doing revenues because there was no event there. So for him, it was a blessing. And it's a blessing for Paterson. You know how many people visited restaurants? Well, restaurants that had permits, restaurants that operating legally. In downtown, Peruvian Square, all those restaurants was full after the event. Why? That brings people from Newark, people from all the way around, from Connecticut was here, people from Baltimore, a whole family, Equatorian family came from Baltimore to watch that game. And that's awesome, that's great. You have to be in the field to feel it, and in the place to make sure it happens again. And you know what that brings? Put Paterson on the map, that they have a field close to the Great Falls, close to the highways, and make sure that, and the good thing, no incidents. No incident, no fights, no nothing. Paterson police did a great job in doing traffic control. You're not gonna brace that? Of course. Now, if there was 3 shootings in the first ward or 5 shootings in the first ward, now it will be another thing. They brace that. Well, the councilman there. So, one thing I'm going to say is this. Since 2016, I had a lot of abandoned property in the 5th Ward. You could go down Pearl Street, you could go Park Avenue, you could go Market Street. You could see how many new development have been in the 5th Ward. One perfect example, the Armory. It took 3 administrations, and I could name them, Joy Torres, Jeffrey Jones, and before that, to try to do something in the Armory, and it failed. They went, I'm not gonna say 100, couple times to RFP, bid, to see if they give them at least $800,000 for that property. Now, here comes the administration, put the best offer out there. Here comes Charles Florio, give $3 million for the land. The first thing they're gonna say is, he got to deal with administration. Do you have $3 million, $5 million? Any council member have $5 million here to invest in property? No. Right? So why are we going to hate on those people that are doing development in our city? I told my residents in the 5th Ward when they say, why can I get a house? We're not realtors. The city of Paterson is not realtors. We don't have houses to give out to the people. The only thing we do is sell tax lien, making sure to go through the process and making sure to do the right thing. Okay? And the bank owns a lot of them. Yeah, and you could go to the county on a Tuesday, sit there and bid for it. But don't try to pay other people to get houses, you know, and make yourself millionaire in the backs of others. And let me say this, I'm not going to regret how I see my ward. My ward is developing. The people and the residents of the 5th Ward knows who this councilman is. You could talk whatever you want because, as Councilwoman said, we're in election time. Everybody's going to come here and say that I'm not doing the job, or Lissaman's not doing the job, or Mendes not doing the job, or Councilwoman Cotton not doing the job. I know who's not doing the job. They had to take a district out of his ward to put it in my ward because I was doing my job. So that's a good thing to say, right? So saying that, happy Valentine's. Happy Valentine to everyone. And I'm going to continue saying we need to be cautious on this situation. We're going to make sure that we do the right thing. Just allow us to do the right thing that was presented to us.
It ain't gonna be him.
Madam Clerk, good night. My vote is yes to close this beautiful, lovely meeting.
Thank you, Councilman Velez. Mr. President.
Well, council members, members of the public at home, before it's 11:40, before midnight, let me wish you all a happy and a blessed Valentine's Day. So we've been here conducting city business. Election is around the corner. You're gonna see a lot of things happening in the council. All I promise you is that I'm gonna do the best I can to keep the quorum in this chamber and to have respect, to make sure that everybody respects this chamber, and misleading the people. And I want to, brother, thank you for staying all the way onto the end, because you don't have to be a lawyer to understand that you have a resolution to award the contract to a company. How you not choose that company and try to give the contract to another company will be in court at the very next day. I mean, it's sad when people take this chamber for political reasons. Listen, I will tell you, I feel proud to sit over here and do city business, because when I'm campaigning, I do my campaign out there in the street, I do my campaign in the community, and I reach out to the people, and I run on my record and with a positive campaign. We have to promote our city. I go to Hackensack, I go to Montclair, I go to Edgewater, and I see people from Paterson in those restaurants. I went to an event in Fort Lee, and I saw around 7 to 8 people from Paterson and Fort Lee enjoying the beautiful city that is Fort Lee. Why we cannot work together to make Paterson a Fort Lee, a Montclair, by working together to clean our city, by leaving the negativity on the side. You want to win an election, go out there, campaign, and run on your record. But please, let's respect this chamber. Let's do what we have to do. We're sitting here to do city business. Let's leave the election out there. I want to thank Assemblywoman Shavonda Something and Assemblyman Benji Wimberly for fighting in Trenton to bring tax credit, to bring money into the city. To build the Hinchley Stadium, yes. I want to congratulate Congressman Bill Pascrell for fighting in Washington to bring money to support our fire department, our police department. Those legislators that we have in Trento, they doing the work. And our responsibility is to support them right there. When they fight and they get the revenue to Paterson, it's our job to say, we got your back. Now we got to do our part here. Not bashing each other, disrespecting each other, and misinforming the public. We're not here for that. I am not here for that. So with that being said, Paterson's a great city. We just have to start doing things differently. And I hope, and it is my hope, that we could put politics aside for the next 3 months and conduct city business. Out there, let's campaign. And in closing, thank you to all the Third Ward residents for all the petition that I got. I'm certified to be your councilman for the next 4 years again. I'm running on my record, and as you all know, I do my clean campaign, and I just knocking on door, and people know what I'm doing. People know who's Alex Mendez. If you need to reach out to me, my cell phone number, it's 973-930-1436. Thank you to all the viewers that are at home, and also to all the residents of Paterson that came and speak to speak on the public portion. Last but not least, once again, congratulations to my lovely daughter, Maya Mendez, for receiving the nomination to the Honor Society of Leadership and Success at Howard University. God bless you, baby, and God bless the city of Paterson. We're moving forward, Paterson. Let's make our city better together. My vote is yes, Madam Clerk.
Thank you, Mr. President. The votes are 5 yeses, 4 absences. The Municipal Council meeting of Wednesday, February 14, 2024 is hereby adjourned. Good night, Paterson.
All right, y'all.